Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Friday, and that means it's time for viewer levels in this game, Mario Maker 2. How about that? How's everyone doing tonight? It's Friday, like I said. That means it's the weekend, which I quite like. I always look forward to the weekend, not just because it's the weekend and I love it, but also because I play Mario Maker on Friday, the start of the weekend, which is always a good time, always very fun, and also low-key a good opportunity to talk about everything that's on my fucking mind, you know? Um, if you're wondering, yes, this is a brand new Yeti. It has Bow from Paper Mario on it. Isn't that nice? Just arrived in the mail today. Um, Thought I'd say that because I really like the shirt, but let's also say something else, which is that I got some things to talk about at the top here, specifically some plans and stuff. First, I got some Halloween stream plans. They are locked in. I've been thinking about what I can do for Halloween, and it is a Friday, but since I will be probably having to deal with trick-or-treaters for a few hours when I typically would be streaming, the usual plans cannot apply. Instead, I'm going to have to dress up. I have already, let me see here. This is the wrong one. Where the fuck? One second, folks. Where are my alt image? There it is. Okay. This should be good. Now? Yes. I have already figured out a Halloween costume. I'm working on I acquired all the pieces for a solid snake, naked snake scientist costume with a bandana, fake glasses, and a lab coat, which I think is fun. Also, I got a mullet, so I'm gonna be handing out candy for a bit, and then after, I'm going to like maybe around 9 or 10 when the Halloween trick-or-treating rush cools down. I'm going to play some Banjo-Kazooie, the Lair Witch Project, which is a two-world 16 jiggy mod from Kirko Mods. The guy does a lot of Banjo-Kazooie mods, like the Jiggies of Time and Nostalgia 64. Banjo Nostalgia 64. I forget the full name of that. It has sort of a weird name, but you might have heard of those two. I played them recently off stream on my Retroid, my gaming handheld, my retro handheld, and I had a good time. And I think two worlds of a Banjo-Kazooie mod might be a nice Halloween thing to do after trick-or-treaters, go to sleep or whatever. You know, they're kids. They sleep. They don't stay up all night like you or me. You know, they're built different. They're young as hell. So yeah, that's the plan for that is the plan for Christmas. And you might wonder, where's viewer levels then? Well, a few days later will be the streamiversary, and for the streamiversary this year, we're just gonna do viewer levels. That'll be on Monday, and it'll be a special viewer levels because let me just pop another card here. I made a bot for it. Basically, I've been talking about this for a bit, and since the last stream, unlike Tuesday, since the last viewer level stream, I have written up a custom bot similar to how I have on the YouTube to handle the Warp World operations. I have a custom bot now written up to handle the redemption of 4 freebies for each user. 4 freebies. And basically, there'll be 4 incentives that everyone can pop once in that stream. 1, a instant refresh that anyone can use once. 2, after your level is played, I play a second level, 3 lives worth. 3. In any level with a clear rate under 4%, you can at one time during the stream use a bet. And what that bet does is it bets that I will clear the level on that life. And if I do, you get to jump to the top of the queue. And finally, 4, I am bringing back the 7 life challenge. 7 lives to get as far into the super world of your choice will be your next level submission once you redeem that. And by the way, that last one, kind of a premium one, I think. So you have to do that one last. You need to do the other 3 before you do that. And also, there's a 15-minute timer cooldown between each of them, so you can't just like spam them. But at the same time, probably one will be ready every time your level is up, which I think is perfect. The bet is sort of the odd man out there, where if you do get a successful bet, you can't use your other ones until probably your next submission. But I think that's fair. I think that's a fair thing. Anyway, I have a bunch of code here just to show like what sort of shit that goes into that. Apparently, I've not really used that much Python in my life, but it's a bunch of Python script. Looked at the example I had from the Warp World code, which I didn't write entirely, but I found online, and I sort of made some contributions to it over time, doing things like fixing. It originally didn't work for Japanese characters, for instance, so I fixed that and a few other issues that were worth fixing, good to fix. And here you can see I have a thing where I can you can check how many things you have redeemed and not redeemed. So I wrote a whole script that checks what you have done and then puts out a message, based on the details. And I figured out that, like, okay, what the fuck? That's not what I want to do. I hit some buttons. Don't worry about it. I figured out. Don't hit buttons accidentally. BB. Okay, here we go. I figured out that there's only 9 possibilities, 10 possibilities. Yeah, something like that. So there's not that many like options, so I was just able to write all the messages like individually rather than doing something more intelligent like adding like dynamically building the string or something. I also wrote a thing that checks every frame whether your incentive, your freebies, are off cooldown, and once it is off cooldown, it sends you a message when it resets it, which I think will be nice, and y'all will always know when you are coming off cooldown, when you are ready to go. If you want to do a bet and try to like jump the queue, you will know when that's ready to go, etc., etc. Does that make sense? I'm very happy with how it turned out, and I'm looking forward to the Streamversary to really give that a good old-fashioned spin. Like, I think that's going to be great. I also checked to make sure that it works on Twitch as well, and it does. Though it's weird. It turns out with Twitch, I have to run it off the laptop because you can't run 2 instances of the Streamlabs chatbot thing, one for YouTube and one up for Twitch on the same machine. So I'm going to have to like open my laptop, log into the Twitch there on that same app there, and use the same script to have the bot there, which will be nice. Potentially, I could see doing something like that in the future for like, viewer level or incentives for subs as well. Currently we have the thing where you redeem the incentive thing. We're using channel points. Maybe in the future, it could just check to see if you're a subscriber, and then tell you accordingly. But and do it accordingly. But do a message that says like, hey, person has redeemed this, versus like, person is not a subscriber. You are not actually eligible for this command, actually. That sort of thing. But also that would require me to run a bot off my laptop, which seems like a whole big to-do every stream. So odds are not terribly likely unless I have a really good idea, like for the Streamiversary in 2 weeks. Little over 2 weeks. This does mean that the next week's viewer levels will be the spookiest the viewer levels get at this time. It'll be the latest in October viewer levels. So if you have like spooky haunted levels, bring them next time. Would be my guidance. Would be my suggestion. Or tonight. Either way. You know, tonight is reasonably spooky. It will get spookier, but you know. Nothing wrong with a mid-October spooky level. Any time in October is good for a spooky good time. That's right, the terrifying ones next week. If you can scare me with a viewer level, I will be very impressed. Can y'all think of a level in Mario Maker that's like an actual jump scare horror type thing? I mean, I can think of examples where I've been scared to die, or scared, you know, to lose progress. But I don't know about, like, actual horror scared. I feel like there's a distinction there. I don't know. I feel like just like, oh, I'm scared of dying. I'm scared of dying. Oh, no. That's like cheap heat, you know? And, there's some horror games, like, where you're just, like, walking really slowly and trying to hope that a monster doesn't kill you all of a sudden. I feel like that's a way those games get a little bit of cheap heat, you know, a little bit of just like, oh, well, if you're not careful, you will die, you know, that sort of thing. There is a horror sound effect. That is true. Is it actually scary? A maze with chain shops running around in the dark? Yeah, that would be pretty frightening. All right, that's enough up top stuff. Let's get into this. Let's start this with the first level of the night, Rock Parties 1. Speed reaction levels. Yeah, there's ones where like you're in the dark and you see an enemy real fast and you have to react pretty fast. That's maybe the spookiest I can think of. The most horror coded I can think of. It's time for Rock Party's level. Rock Party is here. Let me explain how this works for those who are new or otherwise who need a reminder. I gotta sneeze. 1 second. My nose is tickling. Ugh. Excellent. For those who need a reminder, those who are new, the way that this works is when your level comes up, if you are here, I will give it the full time of day. That is to say 12 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. The lightning round will be different. We'll get to that later. If you are not here, I will still play the level, but I will do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That is my compromise between prioritizing the people who are present and playing more levels, which is historically very fun. Ooh. Let's just do the quick recap here for those who are new or otherwise whatever. As far as the Rock Party's level here, Rock Party has been submitting the code of who I just recently realized is Grand Pooh Bear. That's what GPB stands for. I didn't realize that. Didn't think about that for the last, how many months that since Rock Party, since we first played this level. I have been playing this level apparently since January 30th. And like 2 weeks ago, we got to the last segment for the first time. Last week, we saw the ending for the first time. We've seen the goal. You're not new, you've gone for a different name before? I'm just saying, because I always say, you gotta explain how this works for people watching the VOD or people who aren't active in chat. Otherwise, a lot of this procedure just seems like absolute nonsense. Or arbitrary, or, not established. You gotta say it. Let's do this. Let's go. We got 12 minutes. I would like to finish this tonight. Is that possible? Let's go. Timers seem to be a bit slow recently. Slow to come up. I wonder what's up with that. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna play the game and talk about stuff. This first segment took the longest to get through. I feel like this was probably like the first 6 months of it being submitted. Just these rooms here, these things at the very start. This first jump took a while to like really get reliable, really get down. This is like 4 tries to beat the level, right? Eventually. I played this like... Oh, jeez. We stream once a week. It's been most of a year. That's like, what, 30 streams? And every stream maybe doing it like, maybe like 2 to 3 times on average. Depends on like, when Rock Party shows up. If Rock Party is here early, we see more times of it. If Rock Party continues to submit, we, you know, into the night, we see it more times. That's, how this works. Pretty straightforward, I think. And let me just say, it is a hard level, and it does take some time, I think, to figure out each individual step of it. Though I think the first time I got here, I pretty much got past this. 30 streams? I don't know how many streams, but it's been like 9-10 months. It's been like 9 months. This room took a few months. I think we got here in like, oh geez, maybe it was more than a few months because it was like mid-late summer, right? So that would be like, what, 3-4 months? I guess it's probably been like half the time trying to get through this bit. In particular, there were a few particular stumbling points. Like, I feel like a lot of this was pretty, intuitive, you know? Like, these first few screens were probably like the first few streams of it. You know, I probably got here on the first time I got to this part, right? But it was low-key a while before I cleared this part. Whoa, I've never done that before. I stopped and waited for the thing to go over. Well, it is worth noting that sometimes that you can only do that when the cannonball doesn't, when the bottom cannonball doesn't fire, so that's usually not an option. But, yeah, that's the first time that, little save has, actually come together. Imagine if that was the only way I was able to get to the next area. That would be, hellish. But fortunately, that's like a never been the preferred strategy. This is probably the best possible time to finish the level, considering that, you know, later on we'll be in the lightning round, we'll have limited tries. Let me just, like, relax, and, relax. Breathe. And... Shit! And do this thing. This part, I feel like, overall, is not the most difficult thing in the world, honestly. Like, I do think every individual part you can get down. It's just tricky every time, regardless of how many times you've done it. Okay, there we go. Now just gotta get around these spikes. Oop, fuck, ah. Right, throw the thing. Throw the thing. Also worth noting, I'm warming up. This is the first level of the night. First level of the night. I don't play Mario Maker that much between streams, so I'm always just like a week out of sorts. Just like putting hands on the game for the first time in a week. I wouldn't be surprised if, like most weeks, I haven't played any 2D platformer since the previous stream. That's a consideration, huh? That's gotta be a consideration. So I got psyched out there. Yeah. So anyway, what's new with y'all? I'll say, like any week, I have a bunch of stuff that I'm looking to talk about. We will do the cards as we do the cards. If y'all are really worried about how much anime there has been the last few weeks to discuss, don't worry, we're pretty much done with all that. There were just 3 shows this week, 3 new shows, and, you know, we'll just run through them really fast because they're not like the most... I don't feel any particular need to like really talk them to death. So we'll do them all at once, you know, like we did on weeks where there were 21 of them. 3 at a time, you understand. And that'll be later. I've also seen a good number of movies, watched a good number of things. There's other news items that I think are interesting that we will discuss as the night goes on. Mostly, if you're new, I'll say the structure is typically to do a card in between each level. What am I doing? Not a hard part, not a hard part. The structure is typically card between each level, have something to talk about whilst buying time for the submitter to confirm or otherwise not confirm, and also time to, while I am entering in the code, to talk about. Which is nice and good, I think. I think it's a good structure. Also tends to give us the length of the stream because, like, once I'm done, it's like, okay, once I'm out of things to talk about, it's like, okay, well, it's time to wrap up. I'm out of gas, you know? I'm good. I'm satisfied. I will say, I think we got some pretty interesting things to talk about tonight. I'll say that much. Kinda had a lot of these talks. Kinda had a lot of them also during, like, the Baby Steps stream on Wednesday. Honestly, during Baby Steps, I went in with sort of nothing planned, like, as far as topics go, you know, sort of raw dogging it in the sense that I was, you know, in that sense. And, I sort of realized, like, oh, well, this is a game where you just sort of walk and try not to fall over. And it turns out there's a lot of time that you can fill by talking about, you know, Xbox ROG Ally and other crap in the news and stuff you've been thinking about, and Wicked, and, you know, I almost felt like on yesterday, I had to, like, watch some new stuff, do some new stuff, just to make sure, like, okay, we're not just talking about entirely the same stuff tonight. And I'll say, like, Yeah, no, I've seen some movies. I've seen some TV shows. I've seen some stuff. I've seen perhaps, and I'm not going to say, like, detail-wise, unless someone were to just say, like, oh, do you mean blank? I'll say, and we'll talk about this later, I have seen probably now probably the best movie of the year? It's a pretty fucking great movie. I watched it last night on the HBO Max. And, we'll talk about it later. Not Wicked. Wicked, was last year and also wouldn't be... That was last year, right? Wouldn't be, for me, a best movie contender, no. No. I don't think so. I don't watch that many movies, so maybe it would be top 10 of a year, but like, I wouldn't want it to be. Kinda wish I watched more movies. If I were to make a top 10 list, it would just peter out at like 8 because that would be like it. I think. Maybe I should watch more movies, I think is the message there. Okay, focus. This is the run. This is it. Alright, here we go. Let's do this part. I think we got it. Follow the arrows. And are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Yes, we're good! That looks like, that's looked pretty marginal. We're to the last segment again, and god damn it, we didn't get here with lots of time. We got here with like half a minute. That's like a try. Of course, we do have 5 last tries after this. Imagine if this is the run. Imagine if we just get it first try. That would be incredible. And not what happened. Timer. It's hurt so much, but we gotta go to 5 last tries now. Ooh. Let's do this. This could be it. Any of these 5 tries. Now, we've seen all of this last segment. Keep in mind there is an annoying spring. Do keep in mind there's an annoying spring. We have to figure out how to conquer the annoying spring, and I don't know how to conquer the annoying spring. So, you know, once I do, it'll be conquered. Yeah, rip indeed. That said, like, we are doing pretty well on each try here. So... yeah, I know, I was so close. There's a whole YouTube short that went up last week with several tries just as close. And also, you know, I'm sure there will be on the time that we actually do it. Because, like, yeah, man, we're right there. We almost got this. Land on the ground early and jump immediately. Yeah, either that or if there's a way to get over the spring. I wonder. Like, is the key to be fuck. Is the key to be faster than the spring? I gotta sneeze. Maybe I don't. Oh. Goddamn. Last try. Let's do it. This'll be it. This is the last try right now. Maybe we'll, this'll come up again later. Maybe we'll clear it later tonight, if not right now, but it could be right now. Let's make it right now. I would like it to be right now. Here we go. We got that part down consistently, but, nah. Get pushed to the right by the spring. Yeah, that happened that seems like the thing. That happened a couple times last week, when I got to this part. I had, like, more time last week to do attempts and stuff. We got here with, like, 6 minutes left rather than half a minute. And yeah, you have to push to the left immediately after getting pushed to the right, because otherwise you will fall on a bed of spikes, and that's no good. Oh, I think we gotta mosey. We gotta we gotta go. Okay, thank you for the level, Rock Party. We weren't able to do it this time, but, you know, one day soon, one time soon, we will clear it. Let me hit dismiss, and, we'll mosey on to the next level by 06I, who is here. Was just suggesting I land on the ground early and jump immediately. Rock Party, you're gonna have to submit again. I was hitting the button while you were submitting. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. I'll say let's do the lightning round at 8 o'clock. So maybe we'll have another shot at Rock Party's level outside the lightning round. Depends on how long these levels go. These next 8 levels. But we could have a second shot at that before we get to the lightning round. Things become a bit harder, but we'll see what happens. Let me pull the first card of the night. Did y'all see Apple's TV's big rebrand? I saw this tweet, this skeet, and I had to share it. Look at this. Apple TV's marvelous, radiant, irreverent, little rebrand there. That's right, they are no longer Apple TV Plus. They are now Apple TV, plain and simple. Wow, isn't that a big rebrand? Wow, that's amazing. That's so different. Real talk, I didn't know they had a plus, honestly, beforehand. So, yeah, that's, I'm joking. So, yeah, I saw that. I thought it was funny. Just, you know, one of the most nothing of these streaming service name changes you've seen. And honestly, probably a good one insofar as, like, yeah, I didn't know you have a plus, so, yeah, Apple TV, that's what we call it. So, yeah, okay. So, no change then. No change then. Let's play the level. Don't worry, folks, we have more interesting news and things of that nature to discuss coming up. Let's do this. Okay. This looks like it might be a ghost house puzzle where the thing is to get the right items to get you to the right places, the right rooms. What are these guys doing? Oh, it's like a boss situation here. We have to... So long as these guys are alive, the bonsai bill cannot spawn. Nice. I don't really understand the mechanics of this other than, like, oh, you fill up the... What the hell? That was, that shouldn't have happened. You fill up the room with extra things. You are still here, Freddy. You are still coming up as well. You were, third, including the Twitch people. So, got that down, mind you. Dash blocks are, universal. Ah, so dash blocks fill up the most of the space then. Most of the, enemy budget. I just don't understand, like, how you can fill it up such that it's 3 over, like, right? Like, the enemy is spawning. Hey! There's a big raid! Hey, Constantable. Constantable. Hey, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. Let me throw a shout out your way. You were also playing Mario Maker 2, hell yeah. Let me pop a follow on there myself, and, yeah, good to see you. Good to have you. Go ahead and submit your levels if anyone in your chat. Thank you for the follow. What up, Willis? Saved. Go ahead and throw a level in queue. This is a great time. The night is young. We just started the stream. Crates are also entities when as they are on screen. Oh, fuck. I should be more careful because, there was not a checkpoint here. We have to do those 2 little fights again. We did so good in those 2 little fights. How do you make things appear after defeat such amount of enemies? That's what we've been talking about. It has something to do with the enemy limit and how if the enemy limit on screen, active, whatever, is met, nothing can spawn until it goes under that limit. And that's why that bonsai build cannot do. Hey, Constantable, I plan on having a great stream. Oh, I'm red coins, so each of these... Is each of these gauntlets like a different, pair of... Fuck me! Of, mini-boss situations? Maybe we should do a different one first, just to see a little bit of variety then. Maybe see if this one is different. I've seen doors that have, like... Oh, there's a repeating checkpoint in there. Okay. You know, good to know. Good to see it. We now know that, like, after we beat this, go there, cash in the progress. I guess last week I sort of found out. I say I sort of found out. Or was it the week before? Found out relatively recently that you can ground pound mini bosses. I guess it makes sense. You can ground pound like winged enemies and that kills them in 1. Does that work with like a winged mini boss? I guess it must, because winged mini bosses don't take... They still take 3 hits despite the extra wings that they have. So it's not like, you know, they would take more. Bone Shell 1 hits. Oh, right, it was Bone Shell. It was Bone Shell. That's right. It wasn't just a regular ground pound. It was specifically a Bone Shell ground pound. That must have been like 3 weeks ago then. Just based on how I almost only barely remember. I'm, forgetting. I forget such things. Eventually. Given enough time. It 1-hits everything? What about Bowser? Does it 1-hit a Bowser? That's incredible. That's... It does 1-hit a Bowser? That's amazing. That's pretty, pretty something or other. Wow. Thank you, Intensity, for the level. I appreciate it. I love to see it, and look forward to playing it. Let me explain how this works, by the way, for those who are new coming in with the raid. The way that it works here on my channel is that every level, until the lightning round anyway, for every level I set a 12-minute timer, and when the timer is up, I have 5 tries to do it in at that point, refreshing at checkpoints and whatnot. But hey, if you're not here, I still play the level, but I do so in very nearly not quite sudden death, wherein I only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoint. That's a compromise between playing more levels and prioritizing the people who are here. 2 things that are, on one hand, fun, on the other hand, important, I would say. I would say that prioritizing the active viewers, that's an important thing to do. The way that this works this way until the lightning round, I'll say with Q this stacked, it's quite likely by the time y'all come up, we might be in the lightning round. Suffice it to say, that is a time where the queue will move more fast. We will have fewer tries per level, a lot fewer tries, a set number of tries per level, and it'll be a bit of fun. So I'd suggest looking forward to that. Honestly, I think it's a good time. I think it's, you know, a favorite of many. I would say. Many really like the lightning round. Fuck ass. What the? I'm trapped here with a bony bastard. That's not good. Fortunately, I was able to get out, and it was not a huge concern. Not a big thing. Here's one of the. Uh-oh. Try to get all those in that little chain there. And then come back. Worth noting that we have to get 5 more. Including the one that we just died on. But we should probably go back and get the mushroom. With the checkpoint placement. Kind of a little bit like what the hell is that level called? And is that Millstone Mayhem in DKC 1? That's like the only DKC level I can think of off the top of my head where you have to backtrack to get the DK barrel. And that always made it very distinct, you know, made it very like god damn it. Very much like, oh, you know, there's not another quite like that. And probably for good reason. It's probably better if the power up the DK barrel, what have you, is after the checkpoint. But you know, to each. Should have jumped on the fella. Should have just charged forward. Ugh. Ah! I'm a little tired. I could use more sleep, generally. But I'll be good, and I will beat many levels tonight, I'm sure, while talking about stuff. Let's talk about something. Did y'all see the ROG Xbox Ally X reviews? And also that it's out, you know, the all various hubbub about the ROG Xbox Ally X, the new handheld from Xbox, or rather, from ROG, from the ROG Ally line that happens to be cross-promoted with Xbox, as if almost by coincidence. God damn, those guys really psych me out. Like, I need to go faster and jump on them, but like, I'd like to wait and see if I could jump over it before doing so, and that's getting me killed. I think I could just charge forward. Also, that that's helpful. That's very helpful. No, it's possible I could have gotten a second tier power-up if I hadn't gotten that. Alright, good. We got through this for the first time. One thing that is weird about this is that if I want to save my progress, I do have to have a mushroom to unlock the way back. Or I can backtrack. Okay, good. Hey, we're locking in this these 2 fucking coins finally. ROG Xbox Ally X. I'm sorry, prestigious Vestivia or Stavia. No, we have the best viewers right here, and we don't need to buy them. Timer's up. We'll have 5 last tries. Once I die, this time. Now, these 5 tries do refresh if I get progress and lock it in via checkpoint. That's how it works with repeating checkpoint levels, if you are curious. Oh, there's another mushroom. We just have to get 3 right now. We gotta get 3 more red coins. I don't know where they are, but like a good solid guess would be probably in the area where there's some platforming to be done. Oh. Let's finish. Let's do this. We got a good grasp of it. I know where to find the mushrooms, at least. I think I need to get a second order power-up, which would be like a boomerang or something. I wonder if I do this right now, is that a boomy? A boomerang? Yes! Okay. I want to backtrack back with this boomerang and just... Well, I guess I can use this as a shortcut. Backtrack back and, like, do the boomerang one now while we have the boomerang. Ooh. Alright, we got another of the coins. Nice. I agree, it is nice. We can also go through here. Get a checkpoint, lock that progress in. And we just need 2 more. I'll say Xbox ROG Ally X is a relatively new handheld PC that came out earlier this week. I watched a few videos, and I've heard all of the hubbub, and, well, I guess I can just say right here, right now, like, yeah, no, I don't think I'll be buying one. No, it doesn't seem... It seems like a perfectly good PC gaming handheld if you are looking for one of those... If you are looking for one of those. That makes sense. It's a perfectly good PC gaming handheld if you are looking for a PC gaming handheld. But, like, in a lot of ways, it's kind of a weird product. We'll get into it. I got an image, but, let me...
Oh, no!
Fuck. We lost the coin, but we can go get it. Again. Great. Great. I saw... Let me just start. Xbox Ally game... ROG Xbox Ally X conversation with this image I saw. Basically, a reviewer of the ROG Xbox Ally X, sort of going over thoughts in her head. I think that's a or Sean Hollister. Okay, his head. I actually did not look at the name of the person until just now, and my chat was over where the name was, so I couldn't just read it without look. Anyway, I liked all these thoughts that went through his head, and sort of ended up landing on it's not an Xbox, which, yeah, that does seem like sort of the biggest takeaway of the initial, like, reviews from people who are, you know, gave it a chance and checked it out and crap. Basically, like, yeah, this isn't an Xbox, and I talked a bunch about that on my last stream, the baby steps one. I said, well, that's really weird. Isn't that really weird is what I said. Pretty much verbatim. I feel like I think I've said before that I think portability and portable consoles is like the future of console gaming in general, I think. Like, I don't see why I would buy a new PlayStation unless it was Nintendo Switch style. You know, unless it was a portable handheld that you could plug into a TV, and you don't have to play it, like, on the TV if it's not necessary, strictly. You know, I don't see why I would ever buy a handheld, a system that wasn't that exactly. So it is kind of mystifying and stupefying to hear, like, of the Xbox ROG Ally X is, like, just on a basic level, it doesn't play Xbox games. It doesn't. No Xbox games. That's like the long story short. Here we go. Here's the last segment. That's like, that was a really nice setup. Makes these guys, like, circle around each other on a delay. Wow, look at that. It's hard to sync enemies quite this perfectly in Mario Maker. By putting a parachute on one and having it fall, they can spawn at exactly the same time, yet be sort of offset in their pattern in this perfect way. Sort of derailed my thought there at this very nice, perfectly done setup, but I do appreciate a really nice, perfectly done enemy setup. Hell yeah. I guess there's been more impressive examples of enemy setups in this game, in this level so far, considering that, you know, that does have the enemies that cannot spawn until you kill stuff set up. Well, there it is again, look. Isn't that nice? But, dealing with the inconsistency of when enemies spawn is just a very difficult thing, and, I salute anyone who, sets up such a perfect, who sets up something with that amount of precision. I salute him. I salute him. There's the last red coin that we need. Okay. We can at least grab a checkpoint. We haven't gotten one for a minute. Oh no, we don't need to. We can just go outright the exit. I hope this is a you just leave situation. Here's the ending. Perfect. It is just that. And here's one quick pipe wall jump to get the flagpole. Really liked it. Really enjoyed that exploration heavy ghost house. Hell yeah. Thank you. Chapel of the Peepas was the name of that one. Thank you, 06i. Let me go ahead and hit, complete. And, Freddy is up next. Freddy was saying right before the last level, am I still here? I'm assuming that Freddy is still here, but you can go ahead and confirm Freddy if you wish, if you'd like. Meanwhile, let me finish my thought about the ROG Xbox Ally X. So yeah, first impressions were like, yeah, this is a perfectly good gaming PC handheld with some pretty meaningful, like, software improvements over, like, previous Windows PC handhelds. And these improvements sort of make it comparable to a Steam Deck type OS, which I guess I didn't realize until very recently. I guess those are based on Linux. I kind of, in my head, thought they were just like some fork of Windows, but I guess you can't just fork Windows, so they'd have to be on Linux, and yeah, that would require a different amount of programming, isn't it? It sounds like this brings up a Windows PC handheld to the level of a Steam Deck, but it also sounds weird in ways. Like the fact that like it comes with Microsoft Office pre-installed, and yeah, that's really weird. I think that's really weird that it comes with Microsoft Office pre-installed. I just think that's weird. Um, you can uninstall it, of course, and then it, just has a very Windowsy style install screen that I saw on Blue Sky. I saw Jeff Gerstmann say he was uninstalling it and it just sat on a screen for like minutes. That looked like a very Windowsy uninstall screen. And it's just like, okay, well, it sounds like you haven't completely like console-fied it up. It's not like it's suddenly a Nintendo Switch 2. It's right. It's no, you can't get a desktop. You sometimes will have to do some desktop-y stuff. And if you connect a keyboard and want to make some spreadsheets, like go fucking wild. You got it. Here you go. Apparently the ergonomics are very nice. People say the ergonomics are nice. There's some weird stuff with the interface as far as like buttons you press that can pull up like an AI assistant or some crap, or like a button you can accidentally press that like takes you out of the game and puts you somewhere else. Kind of seems like there's some minor UX concerns that sound like a product that's not fully baked yet, not fully thought out. And just hearing that it comes with like Microsoft Office pre-installed is just like, Microsoft, this is your concerted attempt to make a gaming PC focused like SKU of your operating system, and you decide to put Office on there for some reason. Who is in charge over there? What are you thinking? What the hell thought goes through your head that you say like, we gotta put Word on it? They're gonna want to write a Word document on their Xbox ROG Ally X. I don't know. And again, I think the idea that the fact that it does not play Xbox games at all in any capacity, except for like Play Anywhere games that all are just like Xbox games that are also PC games, and you buy one and you get both, which is I guess technically like playing an Xbox game, but I wouldn't count it. The fact that you don't just get your actual Xbox Series X library on there, perhaps at a Series S level, I don't know how powerful it is compared to a Series S. I would assume by the fact that it can't play Series S games, we haven't gotten to that point yet. But I don't know, man. I feel like Series S games port very well to Nintendo Switch 2, and that is a console that is half the price of the Xbox ROG Ally X, so I would say that it is time for them to figure out some sort of emulation solution, put Xbox Series S games on gaming handhelds if they want that sort of integration to be cool and good. At the very least, like Xbox 360, Xbox One, those are two lesser demanding things. I know you can put an Xbox 360 emulator on those gaming handhelds. You know how I know? Exactly. People have done it. They exist. They have them. I don't know if they're like Xbox One emulators yet that are like able to run on those things, but I feel like Microsoft should be able to figure that out. Like, if anyone has the resources, money, and capital, like, yeah, it's Microsoft. They really should be getting it out of the ballpark there. Whatever. I don't know. Let's do this. 12 minutes. Where the fuck's my... There it is. Timer is really slow today to appear. I don't know what's the deal there. What are we doing here? Oh, okay. I see. I understand now. We are guiding this poison mushroom. Every time we jump, it jumps. We gotta make sure not to jump too high, or we will hit the spikes. Okay, does that all make sense? Spikes at the bottom. We're at the bottom. Mushroom up top. Jump the mushroom up. Short jumps only. Okay. Let's give it our best. We have 11 minutes. Let's go. Yikes! That's difficult. It has a similar clear rate to like Piper's, you know, and a lot of that is just probably people bonking their heads, just as a matter of course. I think if I very carefully press the button and just like roll the finger off immediately, I can do this. So yeah, I feel like they really, I feel like this is a bad sign for the Xbox brand, right? Like, if there's one... I was really kind of hoping for the day that, like, Xbox and Sony both brought out Nintendo Switch competitors, and everyone was basically in this Nintendo Switch space, but the fact that Xbox has already dropped the ball on backwards compatibility, or just basically admitted that, like, we don't give a fuck about your Xbox collection, your library. We just want to get into the PC gaming space. We don't care about Xbox, not really. This thing is not an Xbox, and if anything, to me, it sort of ushers in, like with the Game Pass stuff in the last few weeks, just like the end of Xbox as a brand, as like a going concern. Like, at this point, I'll say I have another card related to this, and we can talk about it now since these topics sort of bleed into each other. Did you hear about the Xbox and PS6 or 2027? Yeah, so just like talk more broadly. Here we go. Very nice. You're fucking Xbox. Apparently, both the next generation consoles are aimed for like 2 years from now, and that seems really nuts to me. Seems to me like this generation has been such a non-starter. You know, games now take so long to develop that a first-party game from one of these big studios takes like 7 years to make, right? Takes like a whole generation to make, essentially. And by the time that, like, Naughty Dog is putting out their next game, it's like, oh, the PlayStation 6 is already here. Which is just, to me, like, just really makes investing in an individual console seem absolutely nuts. Unless you have, like, a company like Nintendo, which reliably puts out, like, several different games every year. You know, like, I feel like Nintendo still justifies it. Like, Nintendo will probably have a new 3D Mario, a new 3D Zelda this generation. Like, almost guaranteed. Like, maybe even 2, like last generation had basically 2. Okay, there we need to, like, fall. We need to fall down into the thing. Can the mushroom go through enemies? If so, like, we are pretty much an easy street. Yeah, it absolutely can, so once we get past, that, I feel like we're in easy street. This doesn't seem as difficult as I was anticipating. Am I missing something here? Or just like everyone else really bad at short jumping? I mean, I am too, to be fair. I'm dying half the time of just bonking. What about, okay, there's these, like, stair steps. These might be difficult, actually. Yeah, that's pretty difficult. That's like the gray filter here. Ooh, also consider this stair step. This is a nightmare, like several jumps in a row. That's gonna be difficult. That's gonna be very difficult. Jumping's not even enough. That is way premature, I think. If you ask me, I don't see a reason for a PlayStation 6 to exist. And especially not an Xbox Series. Series 2, I don't know what they're gonna call it. But like, yeah, man, come on, there's kind of nothing that these consoles that exist can't do already, right? Like, we really don't even need a Pro, even though Sony made one for no reason, for no one to buy. Like, these consoles are good enough for basically anything. Basically anything within a 4K 60 argument. Like, maybe they could do 4K 120 or something, like, across the board. I don't know, I'd pay extra for that. I'd just rather developers get good and just, you know, start delivering that sort of frame rate without me dropping another $1,000 or whatever these things are gonna cost. But, like, if you ask me, like, what could they do to... I'll say, of, like, next-generation consoles. If you ask me what could they do to future-proof, what could they do to, like, make an appealing prospect? And as far as Xbox and PlayStation goes, I think, like, their only choice would be to go portable. To go, like, with some sort of handheld situation like a Switch. And the fact that Xbox has already done it, and done it in a way that just like, oh, we don't give a fuck about it. We're not making a portable Xbox. We're making a Windows PC, Windows PC portable with some brand integration. That to me is just a sign that, like, yeah, no, now they've shot their shot. Now they can't go around and say, like, hey, we made a portable Xbox. It plays your Xbox games. Like, nah, that ship has sailed. They've basically committed to, like, no, we're the Windows company and we're making Windows gaming PCs. That's our lane. And that is... I feel like it might be the end of Xbox. You know, like... If I had any predictions about the next Xbox, and I think I've heard rumors to this effect, actually, I would match those rumors and say, like, yeah, no, probably what they're going to do is they're going to put out like... The next Xbox is going to be basically a Windows PC that also plays Xbox games. And maybe, unlike the handheld, it will be backwards compatible, but also it will just be a gaming PC that can run Steam, that you can get your Steam games on, that you can get your Epic games on, and, like, that'll be the direction for them going forward. It sounds like they have not perfected it. It sounds like, you know, with the one they have now, they put, like, Office on it, and you can still get to a very Windows experience. It's not entirely stripped down. Though I did hear, in fairness, that, like, oh, it does save a couple gigs of memory that otherwise would be spent on Windows, which ain't nothing, but That sounds like it's you fixed your own problem. Not like a fuck. It's not like they fixed a problem that affects everyone, that every single developer, every single console manufacturer is dealing with. And like, no, Windows is too big. It's like, that's a very much a Microsoft problem and like PC problem, not traditionally a console or handheld problem. Though I guess, you know, that's one of the reasons why PC handhelds are common among like the high-end ones that have plenty of memory and stuff, and like among like lower end and cheaper, you get your Android handhelds, which, you know, are more likely to run on cheaper chips, be smaller, etc., but also just deliver similar amounts of like retro content. I don't know. You can do some pretty amazing stuff on a retro handheld, you know what I mean? That would maybe be the other route. Like, I feel like as far as the future of the console industry, I do think there is maybe some market for like a standalone PC machine, right? Isn't a laptop the same thing? Well, that has a keyboard. And it has an attached keyboard, which I think does make it pretty different from a usability standpoint. You don't use a laptop without a keyboard. I guess you do use an iPad without a keyboard. Sometimes. It's really different when it's a Windows thing, I think. than from it when it's an iPod or an iPad or whatever. I think the future is in Switch-type devices and also in retro handhelds, because those are the two categories that have room to grow. As far as like a big gaming PC goes, or, you know, a console, home console, I think there is some room for like Valve to come in. I feel like Valve could have a run at like a gaming PC type Steam box. You know, the Steam Deck is very popular, and if they could make like a, you know, if they could make a really powerful one of those that was attached to a TV that had the advantage of like, hey, it's powerful enough to run like a PlayStation 5 emulator and a Xbox Series X emulator, and hell, like, in a perfect future, you could see a world where like, oh, you know, there's plenty of apps on Android where you can log into your Steam account, right? And play your Steam games, your literal actual Steam games, on a retro handheld. Oh my god, it's all come down to this. Shit! Wait, no, it bounces off! I didn't realize I thought I was dead. I had as many tries as I wanted. Shit! Five tries. Let's go. This time, if we get there, I won't blow it. I will, realize that we are, still in it to win it. And, yeah. Fuck! Yeah. Ooh. I do think if like PC, and maybe this is somewhere where Xbox, you know, their strategy is actually in line with my thoughts. Like, if I could just have a PC that was powerful enough to play anything, including PlayStation, including Xbox, and like if Microsoft was not nice enough to let you log into your Xbox credentials, and if, you know, Sony was as well, let's say, if all that stuff was playable anywhere, and of course with a legally dumped dump, you can play anything anywhere. Just legally speaking, they cannot stop you from playing your games wherever you want. Legally. Shit. Legally, they cannot stop you for what it's worth, so, you know, worth considering that, like, yeah, no, yeah, we can technically do this, provided there is a device that's advanced. Like, I think that the one place that you could have a more advanced console is one that needed to emulate everything, including the Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5. And that would be it. That would be it. That's the only thing I can think of, and like, I think Valve is in the best place to do it. Though Microsoft might inadvertently support it by being like, trying to get their Xbox library onto PCs proper. If they do that work, which would be good work to do. You know, I think it'd be great. People have not had a way to play nuts and bolts on a PC legally, and if Microsoft were to do that work, there would be a legal way to play Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts. Would be nice. Oh. It's gone. I don't know where it is. It's off screen somewhere, and I don't think it's coming back. It might be in a place where it can't come back. Who the hell knows? Yeah, that was close. That was really close. I agree, I was very close. I saw that, Luis. Oh my god. Oh my god. You almost had it. Very cool thing, Freddy. You really have a collection of 1-1s for us every week. We've been seeing a lot of 1-1 recently, thanks to your submissions. I think that's cool. I don't know what the future of consoles is, honestly, but yeah, that's where my head is at. I don't think the PlayStation 6 and Xbox Series X 2 are going to be big successes. Neither of them, really. People haven't gotten PlayStation 5s yet, a lot of them. PlayStation 6 is right out. Even I, who got a PlayStation 5 at launch, pretty much, I can't justify PlayStation 6. I've played like 6 games, maybe 10 games on my PlayStation 5. It's way too soon. I don't know. I'm dismissing now. Thank you, Freddy. Feel free to get another one in there. Next up is Starboy from the Twitch chat. I'm going to put a message into chat. Where the hell is the... That's weird. It didn't do the message on the Twitch side. 1 second. Did the Twitch chat just die or something? Let me try that again. I'm hitting next. Okay, there it goes. I don't know why it didn't post a message to the Twitch chat, but there it goes. There you go. There you go, Starboy. There's your notification type deal. Please go ahead and confirm if you want us to have the full 12 minutes. Otherwise, we'll do it in sudden death, as has been previously established. How about another card? My AYN Thor has shipped. That's right. Speaking of other pieces of hardware. 1 second. My AYN Thor, which is a retro handheld with 2 screens and the some of the best retro handheld chips that there are. Basically the same chipset as the AYN Thor, which has been for a while now pretty much the top end of retro handheld that you can get insofar as like having the most advanced chips that also have the most advanced like the most developed drivers, which is an important part apparently, is making sure that not only is the chip advanced, but also it is well supported enough that like drivers exist to make the emulators, especially the higher end ones, the weirder ones, all work. Reviews have been pretty glowing, and I'm looking forward to this damn thing. I'm looking forward to it a lot. I'm excited. I cannot wait. I got the rainbow color, as you could see, as you know, it has the SNES Super Famicom style buttons, sort of a light gray. I heard that the black is pretty glossy, and that can be like pretty distracting in a bright room or whatever, so sounds like actually the lighter colors are the better colors to get here. So maybe like rainbow or white was correct all along, which I feel good about. I really went back and forth between the rainbow and the white. Landed on the rainbow. I feel like I could go either way. I'm looking forward to it nonetheless. You know, maybe like if the white had rainbow labeled buttons, that would have been like even better. But they were just like white buttons with like light gray labels. A little bit dull, a little bit dull. Will be nice to have a thing that can run DS and 3DS games and like, you know, upscale to all hell, and also with a touchscreen, so you literally don't have to deal with the other limitation of most of these handhelds where it's like, okay, how am I arranging these damn 2 screens? How am I doing it in a way that makes sense? When I play Donkey Kong Jungle Climber, it's going to be weird because they're not like, I have to stack them vertically, and if I stack them vertically on a 16:9 screen, it's like they're going to be terrible. They're going to be really small. This is perfect for that use case. It's they're OLED panels. The top one is 120 frames a second. Apparently, it can do that 120 while the bottom screen is on and at 60. That all sounds really good. Hello, Hoshimi Miyabi. How you doing? Let's do this. I don't see Starboy. Sudden death we're going into. I'll say it's probably gonna be a while until that fucking thing arrives. Like, I have been keeping an eye on the shipping information, and I don't think it's moved in the last, like, 3 days, so that's fun. It's still in the middle of China, and, it'll take a while until it's out of China. That's, you know, when I got my first retro gaming handheld, my Retroid Pocket Flip 2, earlier this year. I know, it was earlier this year, and I'm getting another one already. I am, very, very susceptible to, buying things on impulse, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know. Is that a problem? Is that a concern? Anyway, when I got that, it was like a 3-4 week shipping, which was just really, really tough to wait through. I reckon I might be in for a similar wait time. Didn't need to have a bomb there after all, and then bringing it nearly killed me. How about that? I'll also say, just like, this level seems nice, by the way. Talk about the level for a half second. We just got a checkpoint, and you know, there seems to be a simple progression of go left, go where you can, get an on-off, then return and move forward accordingly. Pipe maze. That's sort of like a mazes quality. Ah. Where am I? Where was I? One more related card just to get out of the way. I feel like we have a lot of cards tonight. We can just blow through them a little bit. Shout out to Retro Game Corpse. Or Retro Game Core, rather. I always forget. It's weird that core is spelt that way. I don't know why it is. Probably French or something. Retro Game Core is the premier YouTube channel as far as like retro handhelds go, and I watched his full review of the AYN Thor, and thought it was quite interesting, quite informative, and basically he said it was great. You know, it's not perfect. It you know, is limited by the limitations of the emulators right now, and so like 3DS and DS emulators in particular do have a certain amount of latency that like a real actual DS or 3DS wouldn't have insofar as the touchscreen. But like, basically as far as like a Android handheld you could buy right now that has 2 screens on it, like this is basically as good as it gets. And it has some really smart, he was talking about like some really smart sounding, like the ability to, the 2 screen controls that they have. There's like a mixer. So like if you're doing something separate on each screen, you can mix one up and the other one down so you can hear your music and not hear the game, or watch a TV show and not hear the game. Most examples involve not hearing the game. I guess. That's pretty normal. That's how it usually works. And I think it's a pretty good like quality of life feature. And I honestly had no expectation that they would even do any such worthwhile features, and I applaud them for it. Like, geez, it definitely sounds like the AYN solution. It's better to go with AYN than the other one that just did a retro gaming handheld by like a nose, by like a bit. I just have to get through the thing while the on-off is the other way. So, we'll do that now. Really liked his video, Russ from Retro Game Core, and appreciate that dude, he's a real goddamn Oh, wait, you can just go down here and hit the thing. It's not a trick at all, okay. I appreciate that dude puts in the work and literally does so whilst on big trips. Like, apparently he went to Japan, like, in the last few weeks, and he brought the AYN Thor with him, and most of his opinions were from using it whilst on his 10-day Japan trip, which is hell of a thing, you know, to come home and after that big of a trip, and the first thing you do is write a 40-minute, like, in-depth review of one of the first retro gaming handhelds with 2 screens in it. Android retro handhelds with 2 screens in it. Like, that's really a commitment to the work, you know. I also did some streams when I was in Japan, but that's different because all I had to do is, like, prepare from photos and stuff, and make sure I was ready to show all the photos that I took that I wanted to save, which was actually kind of hard to collate whilst traveling, whilst taking more photos, and, you know, finding the time there. It's a miracle that those 3 streams worked out as well as they did. Those 4 streams. And, they were kind of messy and sloppy, and I was sick during one of them, so, you know, a lot happened. And, I understand how hard it is, basically. When you're in Japan, it's kind of easier to just focus on all the tourism and all the planning of the trip and all that stuff, rather than, like, considerations of, like, video prep, which I imagine is similar to stream prep, except more intense and more detailed. All I have to do is write down a broad category and then wing it on the day, and respond to anything chat says while I do. Very good. Thank you, Starboy. We got through unscathed. Appreciate it. Let me go ahead and hit complete, and we'll bring up the next as we do. This next one, by the way, says it's from me, but actually, this is from, but in reality, this is from Jose Angel Gless, who the chatbot has not recognized recently in recent days. I'm not sure why. What is causing him to not appear in the chatbot's logs? But go figure. Maybe it's the accents on the letters of his name. That is something strange. Yeah, I know. I do see you. It does look like the Nightbot sees you because you're in the Nightbot log, so it's just Streamlabs chatbot that can't see you. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Jose is here, by the way, so we are good. Let's do the next card while I'm doing it. Did y'all hear YouTube has a new AI slot feature, parentheses, bad? Oh boy. I was looking at my YouTube dashboard, my YouTube Studio dashboard the other day, and I looked at the thing. I know, right? That is true, Jose. It was working before. All of a sudden. Fucking technology, huh? I was looking at YouTube's recent features video that they put out, and I watched it, and I said, oh, that sounds very bad. Because what it described was basically you can pick a short and then pick an option that says, like, extend with AI. And then it takes that short and you put in, like, a prompt, and then it makes a new short based on that short and also your prompt, which, to be clear, does not require to be your short. You can do this on anyone's short who has not opted out of video remixing. And as a result, you can just, like, immediately create a deep fake version of anyone who hasn't bothered to turn this off and disable it for all their videos. And each video going forward individually. I don't think you can set a default setting as far as you might be. I'm not sure about that. But like, my God, man, like, that just seems like one of the worst ideas I've heard in a long time. That seems like the kind of thing where, you know, anyone could just literally put words into your mouth. Why would you make that an out-and-out feature? Just put words into someone's mouth. Just like that. Just like that. Turn it off. Everyone turn it off. Everyone go into your YouTube studio. Select every video, every short. You have to do it one by one. And make sure to click, you know, bulk edit. Turn off video remixing. That should get you clear of this. That should get you clear of this. No one will be able to put words in your mouth. You can and should opt out immediately. I'll say, if you have content you don't want to see slopped. You don't want people to be able to slop. Like, I'll say, like, I don't think there's a problem with, like, a TikTok style, like, oh, you know, someone reacts to your short or something. Or, like, or, you know, potentially, I guess there could be things where, like, oh, you know, someone makes an edit of your long video, and here's, like, an edited down version. Like, I know big streamers sometimes have unofficial edits channels, which are, you know, handy for, hey, I don't, you know, if you don't want to hire someone to do that work, but someone wants to just do it for you and, like, you know, have their own channel for it, it's like, wow, that must be very convenient that just happens for you. You know, that's pretty sick, honestly, but, and those are okay. I think those are good cases for, like, remixing as options, but this is just literally putting words into your mouth, actions into your hands, the feature, and it is just horrendous. I guess I'll say, obviously, this seems to be based off that whole Sora thing, which seems to be a crappy AI slop TikTok competitor that doesn't make money and loses $5 per video created, which seems like a really bad business model, but basically AI hasn't found a good business model yet, so go fucking figure. Whoopsie daisy. I accidentally pulled the card rather than hiding the thing. I don't want to talk about the next card yet. We gotta get into this level. So let me just undo that real fast. I should have a button to undo pulling a card, but I actually don't, so yeah. Anyway, that's horrific. PSA, if you have content, turn off video remixing, max edit them all now. I think everyone should do that. In the meantime, man, YouTube, I don't know what you're thinking, but this is probably the worst idea you've had in a long while. I cannot think of a worse idea than this. Maybe, like, shorts in general, just as, like, a TikTok ripoff. Maybe that was the worst idea? I don't know. Do people like the verticalness of shorts? Shorts would be a lot easier if they could just be horizontal, like most everything else. Turn your phone on your side if you want to watch them on a phone. That's how I watch YouTube videos on my phone. I turn my phone on my side. Is that unusual? Do people not know how to do that? I think it's worth it when you're talking about a whole video that's very cool and good. That's how I view it. Guess it's different if it's like an instantaneous thing that's fast. I feel like, let me say, Countess Timpani, we will have, the next card concerns AI in general, so that conversation is coming up. The conversation of, can we just give up on AI? I feel like something like that is on the way. Let's play this level and do the thing. This is a nice 9% clear rate. Hell yeah. Let me start the timer, and let's go. Like a construction site is the gimmick. It's like the theme here. Like a... I get you. Let's do this, says Jose. Yeah! Oh, shit. I should be the slightest bit careful. It's a good idea to be just a little careful. You don't have to be very careful, but you should at least be a little careful. I'm playing game. Construction Toyland is the translation. Nice. You're coming up, 23 and Mario Maker 2. Here I need to get these boxes all to here, stack them up so I can get into that little hole. I think 2 are enough. 2 are enough, yes. Anywho, yeah, AI slop, I feel like really should be discouraged. I find it really weird that they're jumping in now. You know, I feel like some features that YouTube has done has very much been like, oh, we're not gonna let you monetize AI anymore. Stuff like that are really good and feel like, oh yeah, that'll really help with the epidemic of AI slop. And then they say things like, then they go the other way and go like, oh, we added an AI slop. An automated AI slop generation feature. You'll just be able to make as much AI slop as you want. And just like, fucking ass. It especially doesn't help that like some YouTubers I've seen recently have been getting angry about things like impersonators, you know? People running around taking their entire channel and making a lookalike channel, you know, and trying to just like... I mentioned there's some streamers where that's like a smile-to-fawn thing. You know, like... I've been watching a good amount of that dude, Atrioc, recently. I sort of stumbled on him a few weeks ago. And, I have recently realized, like, okay, so how it works is that there is one of, like, little Atrioc is not actually associated with Atrioc, but just clips up stuff on their own and creates little compilations. Like, that, I'm pretty sure, must be smiled upon, or else, like, it would be long since shut down, you know? That's just like, yeah, more Atrioc content is good for Atrioc. More, opportunity for more people to find the videos and stumble on, as I did. I'm sure many have. He seems like a pretty popular dude, I don't know. Also, I found out, like, the other day, like, oh, he knows Linkus. He's, like, Linkus's best man, or second best man. Huh. One of Linkus's groomsmen, actually. It's like, oh shit, small world, I didn't know. I really love Linkus. He's, like, one of my favorite speedrunners, and, this dude is, like, besties with him. Go fucking figure.
Oh, no.
I just had no idea. That's interesting to learn. Damn it. This level is a little long, checkpoint to checkpoint wise. Let me say. Is it really, or am I just, like, feeling... I mean, 12-minute timer, 2 deaths around the same point. That means that the levels were like 2 minutes long by the point what we died at. That's a bit. That's pretty late in a level not to have a checkpoint. I feel like 90 seconds is where I would... Every 90 seconds I feel like is a good place for a checkpoint in a traditional level at like max at most, you know? But like Legal Eagle recently was really complaining about impersonators that he tried to report, and like YouTube would be like, hey, what video did they copy? And he'd be like, all of them! Every single one! It would be faster to report the ones that weren't exactly my video with like some fucking, you know, filters over them to throw off the detection. And it feels like a feature like, oh, take someone else's video and just generate a new version of it. It's just like a recipe for complaints like that, except now they're not even your video. They're just based on your video. And hey, there's you saying horrible things about black people. Well, probably not. Probably they'll have a policy against that in particular, but, you know, there's you saying things you would not be saying. I don't know. I feel like when people find out about this, they're gonna shit. I do feel like that, you know? I feel like, I happened to find out about it first, and I, don't see any hubbub online or anything, but, like, I'm betting that, like, soon enough, someone will get extended where they don't want to, and it'll be like, oh my god, what the fuck? And it'll be a whole fucking thing. This is cool. Now we're Construction Mario, so we can, you know, make boxes and stuff and make our own platforms that, remove some of the, like, backtracking. In this level, which has been very slow-paced and monotonous so far, like, the Maker Mario power-up is, like, the best power-up you could possibly ask for, because, like, yeah, it enables you to just start shortcutting. Hard, little challenge. Not that hard, though. Just a little bit hard. That's probably a bad thing to do, but hey, I have boxes. Just don't get hit. I mean, if I got hit, I would damage boost through the spikes. That would work. This is a very creative level full of a lot of creative box usage. Boxes are underused, in general, I would say. Very underused power-up, like, to the point where you almost forget that the Maker Mario power-up can summon boxes. It's just, often not a consideration when you're using it. Will we be able to jump off that guy? Yeah, if that box wasn't there, yeah, I guess. Probably wouldn't be that good anyway. It's also overpowered because it lets you skip a level's terrain. Some levels. Not all levels can be done that much, but true. Is it okay to make a power-up a shortcut to speed up the rhythm? I'd say so. Yeah. Power-ups, I do think, are supposed to be powerful. So, like, a powerful power-up that can be used to skip... to skip certain aspects of the logic. Like, yeah, no, that makes total sense. Okay, I need to box this thing in. Now we can get through here. Power-ups are supposed to be powerful. It's good to add power-ups for any reason. Especially if your reason is, I would like the player to feel powerful and big. I like feeling powerful and big. Oh, I don't get a box. Just gonna have to do this with a regular Mario. Not Maker Mario. I don't feel so big when I'm regular thing. Or is it a level design mistake? I don't think skips are a mistake. Like, the original Mario games were full of skips. full of shortcuts. I guess if you're talking like, oh, you know, it skips the subworld, I'd say like, well, one, it's very easy not to build it like that. You just put a wall in between the subworld and the two parts of the overworld. Shit.
Oh no!
But otherwise, yeah. Oh, folks. I'll say it is just about 8 p.m., which reminds me, I did say at 8 p.m. that would be when the lightning round would be. So the lightning round is coming up after, say after this level. I'll say after the next level. I'm gonna say after the next level. We'll play the next level, and then we'll start the lightning round after that. Shit. I think it is fun to break levels, you know, to break the design that way. And I feel like people who do let you just, like, do a fun cheese like that, they are very cool and good, you know? Famously, Donkey Kong Bonanza has some really big skips in it. Not just like, and some just like vanilla, just some like you can do them bugless without even like anything really particularly game-breaking. And there's also some really game-breaking ones as well. And the developers at Nintendo, at whatever, Nintendo branch, the developers were saying, like, yeah, that was intentional. We did, in a Mario game, we would lock it down more. But because this is a Donkey Kong game, primarily about destruction, it made sense to let the player just do whatever they want and break free and just go out of bounds. And I think if you're cool with that, that sort of, like, sequence breaking is very cool and makes for a cool moment, makes for a cool bit of working out, cool bit of optimization. But it is up to you. I definitely can see the arguments and, you know, have personally maybe, I think I have been more likely to shut down that sort of exploit myself. But, you know, it's not something I make a point of. Mostly I look for if it's like game breaking, I guess. Ah, go up this way. I feel like a bonsai Bill is going to tear through these blocks later. Oh, no, it's gonna be this, actually. This guy. That makes more sense. Yep, E. Let's go. I think we're done with this level. Yep. Very good. Oh, that was a long one. Stretching. Oh. Thank you, Jose. Again, this is Jose's level. He could not submit it, so I submitted it on his behalf. At this point, I should consider having a command that, like, or like editing the bot so that it puts in Jose's name, you know, when it's submitting it. I could probably rig something like that up. Probably, like, just change some of the values, put in Jose's name, have a macro, have, like, a special exclamation point Jose command for the bot that just, like, puts in his details instead of mine. I don't know. That might be silly, just implement something like that to work around one bug that really Streamlabs should be fixing. But, I don't know what the fuck. Thank you, Jose. I'm gonna hit, I'm gonna hit dismiss. Or complete. Luis Gonzalez. You are up next. Go ahead and confirm, Luis. This is the card we didn't do earlier. Let's consider the AI future. That's right. We were just talking about AI, and I've been thinking about it myself. And one thing I'm really wondering is, like, is that going to come to pass? There was a really interesting anime whose, like, first episode, prologue, you know, sort of situation, you know, kind of the rest of the show is pretty unrelated, but setting-wise, but the first episode is kind of set in, like, the near future where, like, AI is sort of run amok, and, like, everyone constantly talks to their watches and crap, and sort of treats them like people treat ChatGPT as, like, a partner, as, like, a, confidant, as, like, a therapist, and that sort of future is kind of alarming to me, especially if you consider, like, eventually, pretty soon, there will be kids that have never lived in the alternative, that do not know a world before AI, which is kind of scary to consider, honestly. But, the thing I really want to consider, and I really want to know, like, where is this going? Is this going anywhere? Is it going to be general AI? Agentic AI, I guess as they call it now? Is it going to be actually a super intelligence that trains itself? All signs point to no, I think. Other than the fact that more and more money that's thrown in, and we seem to be all in, bet-wise. Unfortunately, that's just because it's a bubble, and like all bubbles, it has been, like, really pumped up to all hell, and it seems to me like, you know, the powers that be are working tirelessly to make sure more money and more money and more money can be funneled in just to keep the damn thing running. Because some people who really don't understand how AI works think it could be agentic in the near future, and from my understanding of, like, how AI models work, they are not learning machines. They are not intelligent. They do not have thoughts. They do not understand things. They are static. You train them. You take a bunch of training data and you create a model, and the model is pretty good at, like, working from some sort of prompt to get where it can go, where you want it to go, albeit with some amount of hallucinations and false data and other bullshit. Like, the technology does seem like it works on some level if you are looking to churn out slop or do a bad job on things, you know. If you are looking to cheat on homework or spam call people, honestly, maybe even do some sort of propaganda. It seems like those are the main use cases for AI, and other than, like, malicious propaganda, which probably should be illegal, deep fake type propaganda shit, like abusing people's lack of abusing people's understanding of reality to just, like, mislead them terribly, terribly, terribly. That is, like, the main use case that I can think of, and it should probably be illegal. It should probably be illegal. That should probably be a crime to, like, make fake, you know, culture war bullshit, to, like, mislead people in that way. Like, that is propaganda, in other words, is a real use case, and probably, like, the most legitimate kind. But, like, otherwise, AI is not profitable. And I've heard to the point where, like, even the people who are paying $200 a month to ChatGPT does not make money off a $200 a month subscription to ChatGPT. That should tell you how fucking bad this business is to be in. The power that it takes to run these GPUs and to generate these answers is more than $200 a month for like the most dedicated people who are paying that much. They are not making a profit even then. And like, this is not good enough for business cases. You know, most businesses that have tried to use it have found no success, no gains. They've had, you know, Excel receipts that lie to you and can't add properly. You know, there was an image I saw today of just like a spreadsheet, right? And like a Copilot, parentheses, sum up the numbers above. The numbers were 1, 2, and 3. And it got 6. It got 6. Sorry, 6 is the correct answer. It got 15. I got 6 because I'm good at adding. But the machine, it didn't. It got 15. And like, oh my god. People use Excel for business. You can't do this, Microsoft. This is asking for trouble. This is a real concern. And just the fact that they cannot find a business model that works, the fact that like the AI generating companies aren't profitable, people who have been using AI haven't found profit that justifies the subscriptions that they're paying for. That's bad. The only people who seem to be happy are people who are using it for therapy at $200 a month, and that is not profitable, so, like, it's not sustainable. The thing that's happening right now is that investment is propping up all the energy and stuff that it takes to run the AI models. And basically, to run the AI models, they need additional investment every month in, month out. Billions of dollars come in through like various channels, mostly things like your retirement money and investment from other AI companies. There's sort of like a perverse circle that's going on with AI, just insofar as like, yeah, AMD invests in ChatGPT. So ChatGPT buys a bunch of NVIDIA cards. You know, there are $200 a month subs. That's right. That's like the top end of ChatGPT, and even that is not profitable. Even at that level. There are lower tiers, and those are also not profitable for what they provide. You know, just to be clear, there is no level in which ChatGPT is profitable. I don't see Louise, so let's get this going. Play the level. It is dire, but also it is a bubble, and AI can only survive as long as money keeps on getting funneled in. So long as people continue putting in money, so long as the bubble does not burst. If the bubble bursts, they cannot run the models anymore. They can't afford it. It's done. You know what I mean? Nice. This is a nice rendition of this music. If the bubble bursts around AI, they will not be able to afford to run the AI machines anymore. And also, bad things might be in store for all of us in terms of like, oh my god, my 401k, you know, oh my god, my this, my that. Oh god, the whole economy was in that AI bet. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be really bad. And like, the companies are doing some shady stuff that looks like it's probably gonna make it worse. And like, to be clear, like, once that happens, like, yeah, no, these models probably won't be able to run with anymore without like serious, you know, advancements in like energy efficiency and you know, other things, like if they could reduce hallucination and all that. As far as like whether agentic is possible, you know, and that seems to be the bet that. Nice music. Very good, Luis. Oh, go through the door. Nice. Nice. Very good, Luis. I appreciate it. Let's go, etc., etc. This was Luis's level, right? Yes. It's pretty normal for people to submit other people's levels. I don't know who Caitlin is, but it was very cool, Luis. I appreciate it. Different name, maybe a relative or relation, or maybe just a level found online, which you can do, and I support. Very good. Ooh. Let me hit complete. As far as like, you know, if you look at like the AI chat companies right now, as far as like why they are betting all in, why they are going so hard, they are all saying like, if AI becomes agentic and we invent Skynet, it could then magically create world peace, generate $1 billion out of nowhere, win the stock market every day. Like, there is potential for an agentic AI to be a real game changer for whoever invents it. But, like, here's what I'll say about that. LLMs cannot become agentic. That is just a basic limitation of LLMs. They are really good at pattern recognition because what they are just big networks of pattern recognizers. You know, they can recognize images, they can recognize words, they can put it all together. They can, like, translate from one to the other and do a, you know, sort of an 80% job, 80% good, 20% bad job of it. You know, unreliable, but pretty impressive, honestly. You know, and sounding very confident all the while. You know, the thing is, that's all they can do. They are pattern recognizers. They do not have thoughts. They cannot understand things. They are missing several key aspects to human intelligence. I do not think it wouldn't have any desires, any wants, any needs. And, like, you know, frankly, it is not like a Bender-style robot that this would become, nor even a Skynet-style robot. It has no ability to think and plan and compute. You know, maybe you should look at Hitchhiker's Guide. There's a whole bit in that about how they reprogram robots just to avoid pain and, you know, seek rewards, basically. And just a couple quick, simple, like, this hurts, this is good type identifications, and then letting some machine logic, like, work out, like, how it can avoid stuff and how it can go for stuff. Like, that seems like a more viable path. The one described by the sci-fi writer 30, 40 years ago than LLMs are, as far as, like, how to create an intelligent life. 2 + 2 = 5. That is something that it can't figure out. You know, and maybe you could do things like, oh, it could have like a math core or something that did like the most simple math. Just a calculator that it can access. Or like, oh, what if it could like do a Google as well? Just literally do a Google. Do an actual Google and click on some of the links and look at them rather than looking at your model and deriving from the model. I don't know. I'll say though, I'm pretty sure what they got will not work, does not scale, is not about to take over the world. We're putting all that we can into it, and it's not enough. That's AI. I don't know when the bubble's gonna burst. It could be years, but I don't think we'll see. We will not see a super intelligence, and we'll be lucky if they can come up with a business model that works and that doesn't break the bank. Though honestly, even if they do come up with a business model that kind of works, like people have invested so much fucking money, if it doesn't literally give everyone a blowjob, the market's gonna shit. It's gonna shit and it's gonna crash. And it's gonna go like, what the hell? You told me this could replace every McDonald's worker in the world. What do you mean? It just is pretty good at propaganda. and can replace people who, like, you know, fill out spreadsheets routely without much thought or original creative endeavors. Like, what do you mean it can just do, like, spreadsheet, menial data entry type jobs? What the hell? You know, they're gonna shit and they're gonna go like, we overvalued this, we want our money back, and it's gonna be bad. And, yeah. Ooh, that's scary, isn't it? Let's not worry about it and talk about other things. And also, hey, thank you for the level, Timpani. Or, Timpani is next, right? We played the previous... Did we just do Timpani's level? Timpani's been here the whole time, so it really should have been a timer. But I guess we got through... No, Timpani's is next. Okay. The previous level was the sudden death. Timpani's here. Okay. Trying to remember because I'm so fucking worked up in this AI conversation. This AI rant. This AI, Doom's venting. I don't know. Whatever this is. It's a bubble, folks. Plain and simple. Anywho, folks, do you know what time it is? That's right. It is time for the lightning round. During the lightning round, I will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way. 3 plus 2 equals 5. 2 plus 2 plus 1 equals 5 in this case. 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way, and 7 under the following circumstances. 1. And those extra lives are represented by extra heads that come in a variety of forms. Let me randomize them for the next viewer, who is Countess Timpani. 1. First level of the night in the lightning round gets bonus heads. 2. 2. Levels with clear rates under 1%. 1% or under. 3. Super worlds. Those are the 3 circumstances where we get bonus heads. Timpani is here and has been sharing in my AI grievances, and I quite appreciate that. We're gonna stop talking about that now, on account of, there's better things to discuss in this world than, like, the imminent collapse of society. Or at the very least, Western society. Probably just Western society. Probably just specifically America. That's not true. A lot of countries are invested pretty deeply in AI. But American AI specifically, mostly. So it's a genuine concern. This is a sadistic level. Oh boy. Let's do it. Hello, Moddy Fly. How you doing? No one has ever cleared this. You have to survive for 500 seconds. Oh boy. And you can't go back through the door. Okay. I'm not gonna count that one. I was looking away for a second on account of the lives. So here we have to go back and forth, and I at least have enough tries to explain what this level is. I can turn on the things for like a second, and that can block the guys. That can block the munchers. Can is the operative word. You have to get there fast enough. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? I'll not count that one either. I was thinking for a second. And in this level, that's death. I have to, like, literally hit it as they hit, or else it's, fucked. Oh no, indeed. I can barely get past the first one. And to be clear, you have to do this for, how long? That's right, 500 seconds. We did 7. We did 7 seconds right there. 500? That's a lot more. That's like at least 5 of those very well-timed things. How long did that take to clear, Timpani? Or if this is someone else's, I guess you wouldn't know. Melody CLM. Well, it takes 8 minutes to go through it, so I assume it took 8 minutes to clear. That seems like a safe assumption. Plenty of hours. More power to you. Jeez, that's incredible. Oh boy, well, we gotta dismiss right away. Sometimes the lightning round goes pretty damn fast. Random things, you are up. Go ahead and confirm on the YouTube side, random things. Like before, we will have very nearly but not quite sudden death if the viewer does not confirm before I play their level. Let's do a new card. Let's do a card. Have a non-AI card. I believe it's time to talk movies? Yes, that's right. Last weekend, I saw Wicked for the first time. Wasn't my idea. I tend to go over to my folks and like have Saturday dinner, sort of like a family dinner type situation, except usually just me and them. It's not like my sister shows up, it's just what we do, me and my parents. So, I just like that schedule. It's a good time to do family stuff. Anyway, last weekend, my mom picked the movie, and she picked out Wicked. We just finished Succession a few weeks ago, so we're watching movies now rather than doing shows, doing like big ongoing shows, because we don't have a new one to watch. We don't have one that's in the chamber. And went through Wicked, big musical, as you know. Well made. I feel like Wicked is very much a movie that is not for me. Like, I don't care for musicals. The music is, I didn't find to be especially catchy, other than perhaps the popular song was pretty well done in a way that kind of makes me personally like roll my eyes a little bit. Like, oh yeah, popular, huh? Okay. This is a kind of person that isn't really in line with my sort of being, my sort of person, my sort of... And I don't know that we'd really get along, but I guess she gets along with the witch, and there's a whole bit of romantic tension there, I guess. And also, apparently, she does also have a straight, a heterosexual love interest as well, which I found weird. I didn't know that there was a heterosexual love interest in Wicked, but sure enough there was, and I hear that they actually do go all the way eventually in like later installments. That's maybe a spoiler, I don't know. Yeah, it's a stage play that's been around forever. It's probably fine. But I just found that a bit weird. The whole stuff with the animals is just a little bit on the nose, I felt. Like, just a little bit on the nose, just a little obvious, as were like the depictions of bullying and things of that nature. Random things levels did not work, so let me see if I have a liked level by random or something. Otherwise, we're gonna have to move on because I do not see random in chat to correct this code. I'm not seeing any random here. Just like scrolling. We might have to move on. Apologies to random. Did y'all see anything that looked like it could be random? Any names, etc.? I'm sure random's probably been here relatively recently. I'm sure it probably would be somewhere in the last few weeks of levels here, but I don't see anything that jumps out at me as obviously from him, so I think... Let me try this one more time and make absolutely sure I got the code right. I think I did, but it never hurts to double check. Yeah, no, just didn't go through. Sorry, random. If you are here, you can give us a corrected code. Tell you what, I'll leave you at the top of the queue. If you can replace that by the time that you are back around, by the time the next level we're through with it, we can have another crack at it. Otherwise, I'm gonna dismiss you and get you off the queue. But, yeah. 23 and Super Mario Maker 2. I'm sort of doing a thing off 23 and me. But actually, it's 23 Super Mario Maker 2. You are up. What's up? Are you here? Go ahead and confirm. I think you probably get the idea if you've been paying any amount of attention, or even a little bit of attention. I think you might get what it means when I start asking for if you are here. Anyway, it was all right. Kind of made me think about the world of Wizard of Oz, and I did find the whole like lore and world building to be interesting, though I do think it really does make the original is very much a fairy tale. It's very much just like, oh, there's a wicked witch over there, go kill her. It's cool. And also, it's really cool that you just landed on this random witch whose legs turn to ash before you, curl up into a thing. No one cares that you killed her. It was actually good, and everyone's going to congratulate you for it, and cheer and sing and stuff. And that's in comparison to, like, Wicked's slightly more nuanced approach of, like, yeah, she was sort of like, you know, she was kind of, bullied and racist. You know, people were racist to her, bigoted against her, and she sort of was a bit cold and reserved and kind, and more on the side of like animal rights and stuff. I don't know. She does later have those monkeys, and they do like serve her, right? Like she had like, I think I read or saw somewhere that it was canon that she had like a headpiece that like controlled them or something. That doesn't seem very in line with the Wicked lady from Wicked, but it is worth noting that Wicked is fan fiction, not written by the original author of Wizard of Oz. So like, yeah, I guess it's probably not really canon, all things considered. Like, yeah, well, for the Wicked universe, it is canon, but only the Wicked universe, not the Wizard of Oz universe. Wizard of Oz, technically, completely different company with completely different, like, opinions on what happened. As the Wizard of Oz people, are there Wizard of Oz people? Has anyone else done their own version of, like, what happened before Wizard of Oz? Honestly, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, you can do that. You can make a Wizard of Oz thing. I mean, Wicked is a open source, you know, public domain spin-off of Wizard of Oz. Anyone could do that. But why would you? I'm gonna hit go. We're gonna carry on. Okay, I see what we're doing here. Some blue platforming. Reasonably doable. I think we'll be fine even with 2 lives. So long as we take a second, breathe, and platform once we're sure we know what to do. Nice. 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 I think canonically, Wizard of Oz is not a real place. The lands in Wizard of Oz. It was a dream had by Dorothy, and all the characters were literally just the people that she knew. So, doesn't actually make sense to be like, here we are in the land of Oz. What is the backstory of the Wicked Witch? Yeah, she was like the stepmother or something. I don't know. She had a bad relationship with Dorothy. So Dorothy was kind of you know, all sorts of bent out of shape about it. That's it. That's the backstory of the witch. Fever dream. I guess it was a tornado dream? I don't know. Do you get knocked out by tornadoes typically? Maybe she was just sleeping through the tornado. That's weird. It's hard to sleep through a tornado, I'm pretty sure. Last screen. Let's go. Easy. Oh, that was so easy. There's the heartbeat making it sound like it could be hard. It's not hard. Thank you, 23, Super Mario Maker 2. I appreciate it. Let me go ahead and hit complete, and then we'll get the next level up. Random Things is still not here. I'm going to dismiss Random Things level now. And next up is Rock Part T. Go ahead and confirm Rock. Rock is probably going to throw things at me to confirm, which is Rock's preferred method of confirming presence. The whole Pikmin gimmick. Very, you do what you want to do, Rock Party, just confirm. Meanwhile, why not I just talk about a quick other thing that I watched the other day off the HBO Max. I watched the first episode of The Chair Company, which is a, shit, Jesus. Don't you think that's weird? Throwing things at me? Don't you think that's weird? It is like, Tim Robinson, right? That's his name? The guy from, the skits, You Should Leave. And, he sort of has like a, I don't know. What else do you know Tim Robinson for? There's the Eric Andre show, I guess. He's like involved with that, right? But I think this might be actually the first thing that I've actually seen of his. And I thought it was bizarre in a good way. Basically, the plot of The Chair Company is it's just this regular guy who works at a, who's kind of weird. He works at like a, outdoor mall situation, and his chair gives out under him and like collapses, and he falls onto the floor and gets embarrassed by it. And so he calls up the company and tries to complain, and he gets really paranoid about it. He gets super paranoid about it, and the line that he keeps on repeating as he's like talking to these people on the line is just like, I called and I can't get in touch with the company. You don't have the number to get in touch with the company. Don't you think that's weird? Don't you think that's a little bit weird? And he keeps on saying that, and it's funny because it's just like, you know, this is just how bureaucracy is. This is just how customer support is, you know, stupidly impersonal. But also, maybe he is onto something. Maybe he's not. I don't know. Maybe he's just going insane, like, episode by episode. I'm very curious, like, what the fuck is going on there? Where the fuck it goes, and, like, how that dude's gonna cope with, like, all his paranoia. It definitely seems like he thinks he's in a spy thriller, but the reality is he's just a paranoid nut who is just going off the deep end and being really weird while he's doing so, and sometimes saying some pretty weird things in a straight voice, which is fun and good, and I quite like it so far. I think it's good. I'm gonna watch it. That Tim Robinson. Is it Tim Robinson? Am I getting the name wrong? I'm gonna watch The Chair Company. I think it's good. Let's play this level. Did I randomize the head? I'll do that now. There we go. I got some red Yoshis. I like the red Yoshi color a lot. Those are some good heads right there. Let's do this. Honestly, I'd be surprised if we finish this right here and now. This is going to be very difficult to do, considering that we only have 7 lives to get out of each screen. We will refresh our lives if we manage to get to each checkpoint, but it's difficult, man. Usually takes me several minutes to do. I have gotten to the second screen during the lightning round before, but I've not gotten to the third screen yet. We've gotten to the third screen like 3 times, and all 3 of those have been outside the lightning round. So if we get to the third screen this time, it'll be a first for the lightning round. Let's try to make that happen. Ooh. Okay, yeah, I definitely saw a jiggle there from the camera. Okay. I switched out the cameras recently. Switched the placement of the desk cam and the couch cam to see if that was like a hardware issue. Looks like it is indeed now. Confirmed to be not an issue with the hardware. Unless it's an issue with every one of these particular ones. Probably more just like a connection issue. Probably like a connection to the PC issue or something. I do have it connected via a really long cable that gets some additional power from like an extra thing. There's like, it plugs into a wall basically to provide extra power to everything that's a little too far from the actual USB, from the actual PC to get its power from the PC. But that seems to maybe have some problems with this camera, this webcam. It's funny, I don't think it had those problems like when I first got it. I feel like it sort of started happening over time, but it has had multiple firmware updates and software updates since then. Maybe it's just been something that's, you know, has broken over time. I will think about looking into a different cabling solution. Like if I can do something to provide more power to the USB devices. Maybe it'll not knock off. Maybe it'll not like start shaking like that anymore. Sorry, kind of thrown by that. Kind of thrown by that a little bit. Is it doing it a bunch? I feel like I'm seeing a bunch of little shakes. It's not like hand-based or something, right? Like, it's not thinking like, oh, this means stop. All the commands are off. Okay. I was distracted by the camera looking at the thing. I'll not count that one. I'm getting a little distracted. A little weird. I wish that bug, that issue would go away. Maybe I should consider just like moving my PC closer to the whole, to this side of the, where the camera is. Or moving the camera closer by like moving it on top of the TV rather than being on top of the monitor. I mean, I could do that. I could put it like in a different spot altogether. Be much higher off the ground, and that would probably look weird. Don't you think that would look weird? I don't know, I think that would look weird. Right now it's like over there. It would be like over... I could put it somewhere else and it'd be a little less close to me. I think it's best if the camera is like relatively near. Not too far off, you know? I don't know. Food for thought. Shit, we are last try here. Fuck. Well, shit. That's, is sad. Very sad that, This is not the time. That said, Rock Party, feel free to get it back in there. The queue is only like six big right now, so you can absolutely get that in and get back around and get another go within before too long. Hell yeah, let's go ahead and hit dismiss, and I'll bring up the next level by intensity. Oh, oh boy, I'm hitting next so that intensity can see on the screen. My button is labeled next. It actually puts current into the chat. I should probably say that because y'all can't see my stream deck. Y'all can't read what the button says. But maybe it's just you understand when I say it, and you're used to be I did next between levels, but then I do it manually since like I started having YouTube submit levels as well. Since that came online, it just has made more sense to do it the other way. All right. Intensity. Please confirm. Sudden death. I want to talk to y'all about a good movie. I want to talk to y'all about a great movie. Last night, after watching the first episode of The Share Company, I watched another thing on HBO, off the HBO Max. I watched Sinners. I watched that movie Sinners about the like 1930s Deep South African American gangsters who end up having to fight some vampires. That's sort of the premise. That's sort of the setup of Sinners. God damn, Sinners was good. God damn, I think that is the best movie of the year, bar none. I think it even beats Naked Gun. Damn good movie. Really loved all the characters, and the setting was really well done insofar as it's like racial politics was really well used to create, to really just like give context to like where all the characters are at, their struggles in life, and like what they're trying to do in like, the main characters are like a bunch of gangsters who just came back from Chicago. I guess it's sort of implied that like they just ripped off like the Italian mob, like Al Capone and shit, and they've come back home to try to like, get back with their community, set up some like bars and stuff of that nature back home down in the deep south, and they're sort of dealing with the realities of that in a way that is cool and compelling, and also they are fun characters who are full of like like vulgarities, and they have a way of talking that's really fun and funny. They when they make sexual allusions, they're really funny and good, and they made me laugh. There's so many fun scenes before anything supernatural happens of just like them running around, meeting the people they want to meet, convincing like the band, like the musicians that they know to come play music for them, convincing like the sharecropper out in the fields to come be their bouncer. Is there a cue, or you just put in a code? You put in a code, ! Add, and then your code. Look at the pinned message. Big Bad Brook. Look at the pinned message for more methodology there, more advice. It's fucking great. Sinners is a great time. It's really good even before the vampires show up. And then, man, I love the vampires in Sinners. Like, I thought the effect of like their eyes being all like reflective was so cool and eerie, and they were just really scary individuals, just like really spooky, and just really the way that they knew things and tried to make a convincing argument and use trickery was just really had you on the edge of your seat, just like, ooh, what the hell, these vampires. And part of me, honestly, I think the scariest thing is they made a good argument at a certain point of just like, man, we're better than the devil you know. We're a better devil. Come on out and play with us. You'll be dead, but you'll be a lot. You'll still be here, and you'll have a good time, and we'll all be friends. And I mean that. And it's like, shit. I kind of believe him. He makes a really good argument, but man, you probably don't want to die. Really good action, fantastic characters. Really loved every part of it. The ending was great. The music scene, the singing scene, a lot of music in Sinners. A lot of like theme of music. Both the big music scene indoors. There was a Iris song scene. Man, that scene is really good. My God. They did good work with that movie, and I, hope to see more from that dude. Like, that dude, I watched Red Letter Media's episode on it, like, after I watched it, like, earlier today, in the background while I was at work. And they were saying, like, oh yeah, he's probably gonna get a blank check movie now that he's had, like, unqualified success like this. Like, he's just going to be able to make whatever he wants next, and, like, I hope that's really good. If it's anything like Sinners, it'll be great. More original movies like this that are, like, really, really good. I should probably go see more original movies rather than waiting for them to show up on a free service that I have, because, like, they are actually sometimes legitimately awesome. I don't see intensity, so we'll probably be doing sudden death. Last thoughts on Sinners. I feel like coming out of Sinners, my biggest thought is like, my God, I miss vampires. Like, I was thinking about Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and that show's really good. I really liked seeing some vampires getting fought, being slayed, being people, low key. Like Spike, and there's some vampires you can deal with, some vampires you can talk to, and others you just gotta go, ah! And they turn to ash and whatever. You just gotta stake immediately and, or behead or set on fire. I think those are all the win conditions for vampires and, for vampire slayers in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I miss that show. I miss seeing vampires being like a menace in one moment and like a fleshed out character with thoughts and feelings and such in the next moment. Like, I love that dichotomy. I love how dangerous they are. Like, it's a good thing to have in a movie. Vampires. Why aren't there more vampire movies or TV shows? I guess maybe there are, but I don't watch them because, they're not Buffy enough. Is anything Buffy enough? I feel like maybe saying something like they don't make them like Buffy anymore is like getting into some territory of just like, Joss Whedon sort of took over TV and movies like 10, 15 years ago, so actually they only make them like Buffy now. And I would say, okay, but I still don't like the new ones as much as I like Buffy. So let's play the level. Sudden death, I'll say intensity if you were to confirm. I would convert you over to the regular. Not sure. Okay, well, this is some precision where every jump is relatively precise. But, like, I don't know why the clear rate... It was, like, 4%, right? That seems a little low. Maybe a couple jumps like that will do it. We have only 2 tries on account of sudden death. So we really gotta make this one and the next one count. Oh, crap. Left. Wasn't able to figure that out on, first go. Unfortunate, considering that this is sudden death, and, 2 is all we get. Let me take a drink of my water, and then we'll do the next, card. We'll move it along. Oh, 6i, you're up next. You can go ahead and confirm. Yeah, it's definitely shaking. It's definitely shaking sometimes. I wonder if that's like an algorithm going haywire. I wonder if that's just like it's losing track of me for half a second. That'd be funny if that was the case. And that would be something that I wouldn't know how to fix unless I bought like a new one that had better hardware or something. I don't know. Oh, 6i is here. All right, let's go ahead and thank you, Intensity. I'm going to go ahead and hit dismiss, and then we'll go ahead and pull up 06i's level. I do believe the next card is anime time, but we only have 3 pulls tonight. I'll say, last couple weeks we've had to talk about like 21, more than that even sometimes, I don't know. A whole fucking bunch of new anime. But since last week, there's been 3 new shows, so there's not that much to talk about. Let's just get these 3 shows over with. And I have one more pull to talk about, some ones that, are not brand new, but I still want to talk about tonight. I watched the first episode of Gnosia. I watched the first episode of Little Miss Vampire Can't Suck Right. And I watched the first episode of With You, Our Love Will Make It Through. Gnosia sort of seems like an Among Us type anime, where they're literally doing the thing in Among Us, or like Werewolf or Mafia, where every day they lynch someone, and every night the infected, or I think it is like the Gnosia, like the Gnosia is the villain. Yeah, the Gnosia is like the sus in this case. Comes alive and like kills one of the humans. Which seems like a perfectly fine idea, but as a show, it's on Saturday, which already has like 7 shows that I'm watching or something crazy. And also, its first mystery was a little bit shit. Wasn't a great mystery, wasn't a great episode, kind of felt a little bit rushed, and also didn't have much that I could use to even guess at like who was the sussy alien fucker, other than just like, yeah, it's like it's like mafia logic, where it's just like a bunch of nonsense, or just like well, she looks funny, I trust him, so it must be you. I trust you, so I trust him, so it must be you. And the guy's just like, I don't know. I pick you. Oh, I picked wrong. Shit. I don't know, man. I feel like that might be okay, but the first episode just didn't impress me. I'm just not gonna watch it. Little Miss Vampire Can't Suck Right seems like a perfectly good, cute little anime about a cool girl who is secretly cute, secretly not good at, like, sucking blood. I like it. I don't know. It seems fun. It seems good. I like the main character, well, I like the Little Miss Vampire. She is cute. When she is cute, she has, like, a chibi form, like a, Himotos. You know that show about the girl, Himoto? She has, like, a chibi form like that when she sucks blood, and it's very cute. She has, like, a cool girl form where she's a little bit, like, distant and stuff. That is cool and in a good way. I like it. I don't know why the main character just doesn't have a face half the time. They don't draw the mouth, and it's weird. Maybe it's a stylistic choice, but very much kind of sends the message of just like, yeah, we don't care about this main character. He's not the focus. The girl is. You get it. And maybe, honestly, I don't think they're wrong. With You Our Love Will Make It Through is a furry romance show, and I don't know, it just wasn't hitting me right. I think the thing that really I wasn't really caring for was like something about the animation just looked a little bit rough, a little bit uncanny. Like I found some of the compositing to be weirdly distracting. Like there was a scene where the character was walking from above, and you could clearly tell like those feet are not, you know, when that foot is supposed to be stopped, but it's moving at a different speed than the floor, which is just really distracting me. Someone didn't do a good job. Whatever, man. I heard some people that I respect on as far as anime goes say like, oh, actually, it's really good and I like it. So like maybe do consider checking it out anyway. But like, I don't know. It didn't do much for me. Maybe I'm just not a big furry guy. I don't know. I like rare games. Those games all have like anthropomorphic animals in it. I don't think anthropomorphic animals like Banjo and Conker and Donkey Kong are quite the same thing as furries insofar as like sexually. Like, no, that's a different thing. You can be into Donkey Kong without being into him like sexually. God, is anyone sexually into Donkey Kong? If you're turned on by Donkey Kong, you don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me if you're into Donkey Kong, like in a sexual way. You really don't have to tell me. No one has to tell me that. I just want to make it clear. If that's your kink, no shame to you. You know, and if you're into Tiny Kong, you know, or Dixie Kong, I won't judge you either. You know, that's cool. People, Candy Kong, you know, she's like stacked. They kind of made her in a way that people might want to be into, but I don't know if anyone's really into Candy Kong. She's just like a you know, a parody of Baywatch, you know? That was the sexy lady at the time. That was the sexy lady at the time. Baywatch. When Donkey Kong Country were invented. Things have changed since then, huh? What's today's sexy lady? Who is today's sexy lady right now? Tell me. You have to tell me. Who is like the sexy lady that people think of when they think sexy lady? You did random things. That's right. Yeah, we moved on. We did sudden death. Feel free to get in another one, as you please. Hey, Lord Bowser, how you doing? We were just talking about sexy. Jeez, I'm gonna say it. I just said here's what you missed. I was just talking about anime, and then I asked if you can send the same one random things. Do whatever you want. I forget if we finished it. We'll look once it comes up. I was talking about anime, then I was talking about furries, and then I said like if you're into Donkey Kong in a sexual manner, you don't have to tell me. Then I talked about Candy Kong, and then Baywatch, which was where you found your sexy ladies back then. And then I said, who is today's sexy lady? And that is where the conversation is currently at. Who is the sexy lady right now? Who is like the biggest sex icon in reality? Is it something just like, oh, you know, well, the singer, Taylor Swift is like the most popular singer. Maybe she's also the most popular, like, sexy person? Is she sexy? Maybe not like Baywatch sexy. No, there must be someone who's like Baywatch sexy right now, right? I honestly don't fucking know. I don't mind if someone tells me like who is like today's Baywatch. Thank you for the level, Lord Bowser. Let's do this level. Magic Carpet. 06i is here, has confirmed. Was that a low clear rate? Let me check that one more time. Gotta make sure that we know how many lives to give out. That is a 1.32. That is above 1%. We do not get bonus lives. That's pretty borderline, though. So, Big Bad Brock says, I have 3 waifus, by the way. I'm not a big, I'll say for my part, I'm not a big, you know, I do not form, what's the word, I don't try to form, like, parasocial relation, oh my god, what the hell? I try not to form parasocial relationships with the sexy women in anime. That just isn't, how I tend to do. Like, I'll fully admit that, like, a anime woman can often be, like, attractive and everything, but it's not like I would decide on one to be, like, my favorite of all time. You know, in a more PC, less, claimative... I don't really like even having a fave, let alone, you know, calling one a waifu. But, I do think just sounds... It's not the best look. This is difficult to 6i. The clear rate was not wrong. The clear rate did not lie. Shit, ass, motherfucker. Wow. Rose from Plants vs. Zombies. Citron from Mortal Kombat. Big Bad Brock is sharing. From the YouTube chat. And Blue Pearl from Steven Universe. That's a good one. Steven Universe is great. And of the 3 of them, the one that I recognize and can picture in my head. I played Mortal Kombat before. I was just, thank you for the level 06i. Wow, that's a hard one. That's a hard one right there. The timing of some of those jumps, hard, difficult. Let's hit dismiss and, bring up the next. Let's go. Freddy, from the YouTube chat, you are up. Go ahead and confirm. Let me put in chat for you to see, so you know that you're up and such. Yes, yes. Back onto anime. I have 3 more anime cards to just go through really quickly. And it's kind of a cheat because it's covering 4 individual shows, but there's 3 more cards. Follow up on my gift level 9999 unlimited gacha backstabbed in the backwater dungeon. I'm out for revenge. And also I dropped Shabake and Dad is a hero, Mama's spirit, I'm a reincarnator. And also I watched the first episode of One Punch Man season 3. Freddy, you're up. Go ahead and confirm, please. So, gift level 9999. Last week, I sort of came in and was like, okay, well, the first episode, everyone really acts really stupidly. Like, it's a revenge setup where the guys what will be needing to take revenge against really just are just racist for no reason, or just really stupidly written racists that are just like impractically racist. It's just a setup that very much I had trouble buying into. The second episode, however, really just like accelerates things to a absurd manner. You know, basically the premise at the end of the first episode is like, oh, dude realizes that his power, which previously has been useless, that basically lets him draw a random thing from the ether, you know, it turns out it's actually affected by the mana levels of, like, his surroundings. So, like, when he is accidentally sent deep into the dungeon, he can summon, like, more impressive things, including specifically waifus. You know, he can summon a wife, basically. Or rather, a maid, and, who can defend him and stuff. And then, that's where the first episode ended, and I was like, okay, well, I know I've seen the image, I've seen the art. I know that he's gonna summon like a bunch more ladies and stuff, and go and get his revenge. And it seems to have a lot in common with like Dan Machi, as far as like talent and stuff goes. And yeah, we'll see the next episode. He'll maybe summon another girl, and then we'll see where that goes. And the second episode does not go like that. The second episode jumps 3 years ahead, and he has not summoned 5 girls, has not summoned 10 girls. He's summoned like a whole fucking society. He's summoned like hundreds of people. And they are all super duper 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 strong, and also fun idiots. And that is just like so much more fun than the dumb racists of the first episode. Like, you're allowed to be a little dumb if you're fun and nice, I think. And these characters are sort of in that category of just like, yeah, their character's like a maid who is really just, uptight about defending her master, her lord, in a way that is just like, okay, it's fine, it's cool. It's fun as a character trait to be like that, loyal to your dude, to the point where you would kill someone or do super action stuff and all that. That's sort of a trope in anime, but it's fun, so I like it. I watched the third episode earlier right before the stream, and third episode was pretty good too. More revenge stuff, more just direct action, and more just really showing off. Like, it was pretty fun. I think they got something good here with gift level 99999. I'd like to amend my previous statement and say it's actually genuinely good and worth watching, probably. It's on High Dive. I also dropped Shabake because I realized I was very bored. It did seem well made, but like really slow. And as I was looking at the characters and hearing them talk and go back and forth, I realized like, oh, they are all very vanilla or very like one-note characters. And also, I don't care about what they say or what they're doing or this little lord. So I'm out. I was done. I also dropped Dad as a hero, Mom as a spirit, I'm a reincarnator. I said last time that I was sort of charmed by the main character of this. She's a isekai protagonist who is like, has a history of like periodic table awareness, She's like a scientist or whatever. And when she summons things in this world, she shouts out its atomic weight. Like, I summon hydrogen. Atomic weight 2. And it's kind of cute and good. The second episode, I just hated so much. I was just like, okay, I'm done. Like, it's not about that. The second episode is just like the dad, who is just like a basic generic hero. Nothing really interesting to note there. Just like going to his ex-fiance, who is also his sister-in-law because his brother had to marry her. She's like an evil princess or something, and she's gotten fat. And a big part of the episode is just like, yes, I'm fat and evil. And here is my daughter, who I am saying is your daughter, by the way. And she is fat and evil too. And it's just like, who gives a shit, man? Like, also, that is your niece, dude. Should you really, like, see your niece for the first time and be like, ew, she's fat? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, what is that reaction? What is this posture that the show has? That this is your focus on just like, man, this princess, she's not just evil, she's fat. It's like, okay. Yeah, they're like Dursleys or something. Great. I don't think that was especially, good in the case of the Dursleys even. And this seems like a more insulting version of that. That's even more cliched because there's a million evil princes and princesses
and queens and stuff in anime, and I'm just kind of sick of all of them. I'm kind of done with that. Like, fucking shut up. Just get out of the show. Why are you... Ah. Finally, I would like to talk about one more thing. The return of one... What the fuck? Where the hell is it? Did I hit the wrong button? Oh no. Did I not save that? Oh crap, I must have not saved that. I had one more of these. Damn it. I had one more. Hang on, I can fix this. I must have saved over it accidentally when I was setting this up. But I had one more of these for One Punch Man Season 3, which I'll say, like I previously established last week, that we didn't have to talk about returning shows like this. So really, we don't have to talk about it. But it's kind of fun to talk about it, so whatever. I didn't save it as a file that OBS can recognize and put into a thing. 1 second. Let me fix this. Okay, it's fixed. Here's what I was trying to show. The thing I prepped before the stream and fucked up apparently. It is One Punch Man Season 3. Here's the impressions card for One Punch Man Season 3. I thought this was very funny, so I didn't want to skip it and go over it. One Punch Man Season 3 seems like it is more One Punch Man, which at this point is not great. One Punch Man Season 3 is not especially well animated, doesn't look really good, and the One Punch Man is barely in the first episode. He has like a scene or two, and he doesn't punch anyone or anything. I think One Punch Man is a show that even if it was animated well, it would still have the problem of the fact that it focuses too much on characters who don't matter and who you don't care about. And, that's bad. It shouldn't do that. It should focus on characters you do care about. Specifically, One Punch Man and him punching things and doing it in one punch, rather than, like, trying to be a shonen show, which it is, by the way, no good at. No good whatsoever at. Fortnite did a collab. Did they do a collab with One Punch Man? That's interesting. One Punch Man, I'll say, is a very popular show. Honestly, though, I don't want to do any shade here. You know, I do think the first season of One Punch Man is pretty good and has a really good central main joke. But, like, I do think One Punch Man might be one of the most overrated shows that there is. Maybe, like, nowadays it's correctly rated. You know, after season 2 was really bad and no one liked it. Like, I feel like that's more what people should think about it. At least at this point. You know, the first season, when he is mostly there and punching people, it's pretty funny. It's like a real good show. Now, how would I stack it up with, like, other shows with, like, one main gag? Like, what about the Sleepy Princess? Sleepy Princess is way better than One Punch Man. Let's say, for sake of example. As far as, like, other shows with overpowered protagonists that are funny, like, oh yeah, you know, Lloyd from Seventh Prince is way more funny, way more fun than Saitama, I would say, personally. I don't know, to each their own. I'm not sure what did I put in any list when I rated One Punch Man, the original season of it. What was my rating? Was it a 4 out of 5 or a 5 out of 5? I probably would say it's somewhere in between those two. But I'm not sure which side I would land on, necessarily. Okay, I have it in here in my records. My records say 4 out of 5, and 2 out of 5 for Season 2. Maybe I should not watch Season 3 if it's gonna be this bad. If it's gonna be another Season 2. I don't know. Maybe I should rewatch it and reevaluate it. Maybe I was harsh at the time. Maybe that was one of those shows where I didn't rewatch it after I started, like, started an AniList profile and, like, started, like, reviewing anime more seriously. And maybe I just didn't consider it. Maybe. I mean, this season's going on now, so I wouldn't just rewatch it. What's the deal here? Hang on, what's the condition? I think we gotta avoid all power-ups. I think this is avoid all power-ups. Oh god. It's harder than you think to avoid all power-ups. Sometimes it's, literally impossible. Dang. That time I could have done it, but I didn't. You started Hell's Paradise earlier? Hell yeah, that's a great show. That's a fantastic show. That show's way better than One Punch Man ever was. I'll say, like, One Punch Man, I could maybe see upping it to a 5, but I would not give it the heart. I would not give it the heart. It does not get a heart. That to me is always my, like, you know, for... I'll say, like, some people, the heart is more of just, like, a... you know, used to appreciate, like, things like a 4 out of 5 that you say, like, oh, I admit it's not great, but I still love it. For me, you have to be a 5 out of 5 before you can get a heart. It's just an extra point, and One Punch Man would not get that heart. I don't think that you could do that. Mob Psycho, much better show. Main character has a similar gimmick, but there's a very interesting story. Oh yeah, it's not a gag show at all. Is one of the main things about that. Like, that is not a gag show. That is a very serious show, very well put together. Yeah. Thank you, Freddy. I don't see you, so we're gonna go ahead and mosey along. Next up is shoulder pads. Shoulder pads, go ahead and confirm. Hit next so that shoulder pads can see. Meantime, let me just, is it when I'm, like, looking away? Is it, like, losing track of my face and going like, hey, where's the guy? Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just, like, the face tracking failing for a second. It's possible. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. I gotta launch a thing real fast, and then we can do this next card. All right. Shoulder pads, please confirm. Let's just take a look at my near final anime list. All the shows pretty much have started at this point. There's pretty much nothing left. I don't think there's anything left, actually. So what's on there now is what's going to be on there. Here's everything what I'm watching. Gift level 999 unlimited gacha. Pass the monster meet me lady. Solo camping for 2. Dusk beyond the end of the world. A star brighter than the sun. This monster wants to eat me. My awkward senpai. Dark history of the reincarnated villainess. Wand dance. Hero without a class. Who even needs skills. Yano-kun's ordinary days. Campfire cooking season 2. Totose in the Ramune bottle. My status of assassin. Mangaka's weirdly wonderful workplace. Hands off. One Punch Man. Maybe. We'll see. Let me think about that. Gachi Akuda. Alma wants to be a family. My friend's little sister has it in for me. Little Miss Vampire can't suck right. Mechanical Mari. Uma Musume. Tojima wants to be a common writer. Touring after the apocalypse. Let this grieving soul retire. Core 2. Spy X Family Season 3. Inexpressive Kashiwada and Expressive Uda. Ranma 1/2 Season 2. To Your Eternity Season 3. Sonda. May I ask for one final thing? Watari-kun's shit is about to collapse. And, there'll also be a, My Hero Academia. And, Undead Unlock apparently has, like, a winter special sometime later this season. I'll say, with My Hero Academia, I'm sort of grandfathered into the dub on that. Like, I sort of started watching My Hero Academia before I got into anime, like, on a seasonal basis, when I was literally just only watching dubbed anime. And as a result, I started with the dub. I still like the dub a lot, and I don't want to watch the subbed episodes because I don't want to, like, hear the different voices, you know? I want to just keep it straight, you know? And basically, I'm at the finish line here. Like, once My Hero Academia ends, I don't have to deal with this ever again. That's the last thing, the last show that, like, I watched dubbed. And from here on out, it's subtitles all the way, every time, every season, every show. And, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing the first episode of that whenever it starts, probably tomorrow. They're usually on, like, a 2-week delay with dubs, right? Sometimes they're day of, but this season looks like 2 weeks is what they got. Of these, I'll say, may I ask for one final thing? I'd recommend that. That one is definitely one to watch with its princess who loves punching people, especially evil people. It is really great. See Your Eternity and Ranma are great returning shows that continue to be, like, at their best, I would say. Maybe even better, I would say, maybe. You know? Tojima seems fantastic. Uma Musume, another returning show. Mechanical Mari and Alma-chan are both really fantastic shows, that one of which is about an actual robot, one of which is about a fake robot. Hands Off is your ecchi of the season if you like titties and want to see them. You know, like, and that's it. And you're not really concerned otherwise with anything else. I mean, it seems like a pretty good ecchi as far as the setup goes. As far as, like, the plot and the excuse for sexy times. But you know what you're in for. You know why you're in on it. One Dance would be really great if it didn't have the animation 3D dancing, which looks really terrible and jarring, but plot-wise it's fantastic. This Monster Wants to Eat Me is like the summer Hikaru died, but like with girls instead of boys, and also slightly different concept really. Dusk Beyond the End of the World might be the top show of the season, and I would recommend 999 as previously discussed. Like, it's actually pretty good. It's at least A tier, maybe higher. We'll see where it lands as the season goes on. My Monster Wants to Eat Me is peak. Yeah, it's really good. It's the concept of that, for anyone who wonders, is that there is a girl who is depressed, and a cute girl monster is like, I will protect you until I'm ready to eat you. I will eat you, and, you know, get ready for that. But in the meantime, they're basically girlfriends. And, she said this episode, she said, like, the instant you're ready to live and you want to live more is the instant I will eat you up, because that is when you were at your tastiest for me. This death wish that you got, I don't like it. It's a little distasteful. But, I'm gonna wait until you're feeling better, and then snarf, 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 let's go. It's pretty fun, you know, especially because, like, yeah, she kind of wants to be eaten. She kind of wants to be eaten right now, but she can only be eaten once she's wants to live more than she wants to be eaten. Which is a fun premise. And, yeah. Mechanical Mario's not here, so, sudden death it is. I'll also say that just like the basics of Mechanical Mari, a girl who is really robotic, inexpressive, pretending to be a robot as a side gig for a prince who keeps on getting assassination attempted. Also, she is a martial artist who is really good at stopping assassination attempts, coincidentally. I think that's brilliantly good. I think that is one of my favorites of the season. Good night, Lord Bowser. You have a good one. Take it easy. Take it easy. I think actually I got a bunch of cards left. We haven't talked about games yet. In particular. Right? Like, I think a lot of the cards that I have remaining are related to games and things of that nature. We'll see. Shoulder pads did not confirm, so let's go. I think I got like 8 cards left, which is that more than the number of levels left, so we shouldn't be like cutting her off and starting winding down, but we're getting close to when we should start thinking about ending the stream. Maybe we should have like 10 left. I'm not sure. Oops.
Oh no!
You cannot wall jump after you have propellered. Seems fun. That's not good. Can I get back? 1, can I get back? 2, is there another propeller for me to get? I can't get back. Are there additional propellers? Interesting, there seems to be something up here. Maybe there's another propeller. Nah, just a bonus. I think we might be screwed. And, I do not see... What? I do not see shoulder pads in chat, so... Unless we are really good... Which, I'm not sure if that's possible.
Oh no!
Not like that, at least. We were probably screwed for that during that time. Shoulder pads, can't confirm right now while I'm taking a drink of water, but otherwise, we'll move on to the next person. There's 2 checkpoints too, so if we had just been a little bit better, probably would have, gotten there. And then refreshed our lives, and then maybe even beaten it. Alas. Thank you, propeller, for shoulder pads for the propeller level. Let me go ahead and dismiss and get up the next level. Modifly, you are up. Go ahead and confirm. Modifly has been pretty active. I think Modifly might be here. Please go ahead and confirm, Modifly. Let me put this in chat so you can see and react accordingly. I'll just do 2 quick personal cards, real quick like. First, still dealing with a whole bunch of heartburn. Recently went off some, stomach pills. This prescription ran out and haven't bothered to, renew it. Been meaning to, do at least some sort of, teledoc and just say, hey, can I get, a new supply of these pills? And, haven't actually found the time to do that. I should probably either do that or, at the very least, get some other sort of solution because it is uncomfortable and annoying, and really just haven't dealt with it in years. And yeah, the doctors have kept on telling me, like, oh, I'm not sure it's a good idea to really just be taking that long term, considering side effects. Maybe just instead figure out what you eat and then go from there. But I don't know, man. I'm waking up with it going on sometimes, and that's very unpleasant. And also, it's not like it's just after meals then, it's just chronic. And also, I took some over-the-counter stuff, and that seemed to help a little bit, but not consistently in the way that the previous medication did. So I need to deal with that. I will do. Kind of looks like I just need to have that supply either. Maybe it's a thing where if I taper off it or something, my stomach could adjust and I could be feeling fine regularly. But as it stands, just like going cold turkey, whatever, it's just really bad for the stomach, really bad for the feelings there. It doesn't feel good. Lots. The other thing is, I've been feeling pretty tired recently, and just in general. And it's kind of just weird, like on a weekend, or, I'll say I've taken a couple sick days recently, just like, oh man, I'm not feeling very good at all. Just need to sleep and relax, and, with the heartburn and stuff, if it's really, really bad, it's like, okay, well, my stomach don't feel good. This is true. I need to get some medication taken care of. Let me just sleep through the damn day. And it's like, okay, shit. Like, even if I do that, I'm still feeling tired after, maybe even on a weekend, right? Like, I'm still feeling tired in the evening, even after sleeping in until, like, evening, And you sleep for the entire day? If I sleep in on a Sunday or like a sick day or something, usually it's like 1 p.m., 2 p.m. tops. And then part of me is like, okay, I should get up and do something. I should get up and do something. There's all sorts of stuff I should do. But yeah, I could totally sleep for an entire day and still be pretty groggy around like 11. The funny thing is, like, 10 o'clock, I get pretty groggy. Midnight, 1 a.m., wide awake. Well, maybe not wide awake, but pretty damn awake. I can go the distance into the night. It's just that around 10 or so, I'm just feeling it. And, or like after work, I've taken some naps sometimes, like right as I get home. And I still feel pretty tired. Just on days without streams these days. When I was doing streams at 8 o'clock on some days, I could then do a nap before and then get up and, have time to get everything set up. But 7 o'clock, which is what I'm doing now on Mondays, doesn't really leave time enough for a nap before a stream, unless it's very, very, very short. And, I gotta do dinner. I gotta have dinner before the stream as well, so it's, multiple things I have to account for. I don't know, man. I'm feeling a ways about that, but so long as I feel awake when I'm driving and I'm able to do my streams, my work, my hobbies, it's fine and all. It's just sometimes I wish I felt rested at all times while I was awake, but I guess I'm just probably not getting enough sleep in general, and even a day of sleep once a week, twice a week, is not enough to make up for the deficit. That's just the reality of it. Probably also it's possible. Ooh, Jesus. Okay, I didn't see the clear condition. We'll start this again. Okay, that time we gotta count it.
Oh no!
And that is 2 tries. I do not see Muddy Fly right now. So it looks like that's all we got. That's all we can do. If you are here, Modifly, you could confirm or not. I'm curious. Can I like get the thing without like sliding off? Kinda looks like if you the ice is set up here in such a way that if you run to get the thing, you will, by necessity, go right off the edge. And you can't get this without leaving the ground and failing it normal style. That's devious. That's really something. That's cool. This level is only 16 seconds long, so if we were to get more attempts, I don't know, maybe we could do it. Play rate really isn't that bad. 3%. It's not bad. But I don't see Modifly, so there we go. We're moving on. I got some games to talk about. Let's talk about some games. I started Baby Steps. That was what the stream was on Wednesday. That is that game where you basically are, it's a Bennett Foddy by Bennett Foddy and crew. Two of Bennett Foddy's, like, occasional collaborators. Apparently, they made Ape Out together. I did not know that. I love Ape Out. I didn't know that Bennett Foddy worked on Ape Out. But, basically, you control each leg individually and, like, have to lift each leg up the ground and put it down and control your balance with the stick. And, you know, at first, it's you could barely walk a single step. But, like, within an hour or so, you're kind of walking. And before long, you're asked to, like, basically do death-defying, like, walks across, like, perilous cliffs and things of that nature, which is pretty thrilling, pretty cool. And, you know, after falling down them, like, 100 times, when you actually get all the way up them, it's pretty damn good. It's also very pretty and has a real, good sense of humor. The whole premise of the game is that the dude needs to find a bathroom and take a piss, and is trying to walk and find like a toilet and some privacy to pee in. And also there's a bunch of weirdos running around being all weird about the whole thing, which is fun and good. I did the first stream of that on stream, and I'll say, like, my current plan is to, at some point, play it off stream, because I think that game might be like 20 hours long. I think it might actually be a really long game, and unless I were to set aside, like, multiple slots to stream that, I think that would be a little bit too much. I'm thinking there is one part that I've heard about called the Manbreaker. I think I could stream that when I get to it. Maybe in like a month or so, but right now all my streams for the next like couple weeks are pretty much all planned out, so it's not really a time that would make sense to stream more of it. But it was really fun, and I think that it is perhaps one of the few Bennett Foddies that I've seen that is more than just for Big Bad Brock is here, by the way. Excellent, excellent. More than just for like sadists or masochists. Like, Baby Steps is actually pretty fun and rewarding. It's not too difficult, and you don't always lose all your progress. Usually, you're only going back to the first screen, the earlier in the area that you're in, if you're falling, which can be frustrating, but is like not as bad as the start of the whole game. You know, for a Bennett Foddy, pretty nice on that account. Yeah, this is nice. This is a nice traditional level. A trad level, as they call it. Do they call it a trad level? Do they call it a trad level? Well, first off, this is, as trad levels go, pretty punk, you know? This is a pretty punk trad level. You know, this isn't like a trad cath level. This is like a trad You know, it has some piercings, if you will. Look at it. Look at it. Y'all know what I'm alluding to, right? Like, the whole, you can take the word, let me explain. Fuck. The ending was right there, god damn it. Let me explain the joke that I was referencing at. Or rather, the piece of culture. In culture, I'm not sure if this is a meme or just like society, it is traditional now to refer to a traditional Catholic wife, sometimes that is shortened as tradcath, or a trad wife. Is it a tradcath wife, or is it just tradcath? I'm not sure. You know, I've never had a trad wife, nor a tradcath wife. Never had any sort of wife. So I can't really speak to it. I think I would prefer a more untraditional wife. You know, I don't know if trad is for me. And Kath, forget about it. That's not it either. I like trad levels though. I like a trad level. You feel like the meteors should have a smaller variant for like variety? That'd be fun if you could do like a pygmy Bowser, like a small version of Bowser with smaller fireballs. That'd be fun. Because yeah, the meteors come from Bowser. They're his fireballs. I feel like there are some contenders for VOD title this stream. I do like the idea of a shortening traditional level to trad level. I feel like something I said in the last couple minutes very much could be the subtitle of the stream, of the VOD. That's pretty good. And it's kind of a funny in its own way, and it sort of alludes to a type of level that I like to play, and, you know, sort of suits my format more. Does anyone call it a trad level? I don't know. Big Bad Brock. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss, and we'll get the next one. Hey, it's Random Things, who just confirmed. Hell yeah. Like the meteors have the big Bowser fire, but there could be a normal-sized Bowser fire. Right, yeah. Is the meteors only when Bowser is big? Not entirely clear. I don't think I've used Bowser in the 3D world, the new you theme. I've only used him in I've only used Bowser like twice, I think, in 3D world and world, regular world. Could have put more than 3 Bowsers, I would have. That would have been harder, Big Bad Brock. That would have made it harder. But that's fine because we made it through with literally plenty of lives. Let's go. Cool level, yeah. Very nice trad level. Let me do another card, talk about another game. Random Things is here, so I just need to put it in. Folks, let me ask, should I vouch Z-A? Z through A. If you don't know, Z through A is the new Pokemon game. And I have a voucher that expires before Metroid Prime, so I can only use it on games I don't especially even want. I didn't really like Arceus very much. I want to know if anyone can speak to it. Do you think I would enjoy Z through A even if I found Arceus to be a little directionless? A little, nothing burger. A little boring. What do you think? Should I vouch it right now? I'll say, like, the alternative here is, like, not great. Like, I could get Mario vs. Donkey Kong, which is a remake that is a little bit dry of a game that is perfectly good, that I would probably rather play the original anyway. that I have on Game Boy Advance and could play through my retro handheld, even if like Nintendo doesn't add it to their Game Boy Advance online service. Game Boy Advance Classics collection. You know, I could get Paper Mario, the third of the bad ones, and check it out of some sort of misplaced curiosity, because I've never played the two of them the after Sticker Star, because Sticker Star was one of the worst games I ever played and I hate it. But I could get it with my voucher. That's one of the choices that I have. What would you want to be added to a Mario Maker 3 if they made it in the near future? That's a great question, Random Things. I recommend go to my VODs. Go look like a month ago. You will find a Super Mario Maker 3 brainstorming special. That's like 4 hours of brainstorming ideas for Mario Maker 3. And also it generated a whole list which you can just look down, and also a bingo generator that you can generate a bingo card of. So I'm not going to just that conversation's been had, and it's now pretty much on the record. We thought of everything we could. Donkey Kong Country style barrel cannons is the short answer. I want those, and a lot of other things as well, honestly. Let's put in this code. Does anyone have any opinion? Like, should I consider it? Should I not? Like, to be clear, first off, I've been playing a lot of Game Pass games recently. So, you know, I'm kind of watching out to see if, see Daisy. I'm trying to watch out to see, like, if any of these games go on sale, which they haven't yet in the last 2 weeks, so pretty disappointed about that. Warp Zones? Ooh, that one was not on the list. Alternate Exits is a pretty good, Alternate Exits would have been a pretty good one to ask for, actually. Fuck. That's, comment on that FOD. Go and comment on that FOD. Say, alternate exits. We should have had alternate exits. Fuck. That's a good one. Paper Mario would be interesting. I feel like it'd be interesting in theory, but I also feel like I wouldn't like it. Let me see. What are the choices again? Is there anything good? Let's look. Let's look real fast. Where the hell is the expansion pack or membership? I'm afraid of seeing like too much. Where's the vouchers? Here we go. You could still buy these, right? And get it for Metroid Prime Beyond. My voucher expires before December 4th, so I can't use it on that. I can get Pokemon ZA. Not sure if I want that because I didn't like the first one. I could get Xenoblade Chronicles. I'm not a Xenoblade guy. I could get Mario Party Jamboree, which seems Seems like kind of an Mario Party with an expansion. I could get MEO, which is the same price as a voucher, so I save no money doing that. I already have Luigi's Mansion 2. It's not great. Princess Peach Showtime seemed pretty mid. Also, Mario vs. Donkey Kong is the price of the vouchers already, so I'd be saving no money doing that. Probably shouldn't do it then. Advance Wars, those people did people love those? I could get Fire Emblem Engage, which was a mid Fire Emblem. I could get Bayonetta, which people seem not so hot on. I have Super Mario Party. I own Super Mario Party, so I don't need to buy that. That's already been done. Kirby's Return to Dreamland. That's just a remake, right? I don't really want that. Why is... Oh, that's the Three Houses Muso. I'm not really a big Muso person. I'm not really a big soccer person. Maybe Strikers Battle League isn't a bad choice. I just played Strikers on the GameCube version, and I played it for 5 minutes like a month ago, and I was like, okay, I don't need to play anymore. So that's probably not a good get. I could get a Pokemon remake. I could get Mario Golf. Is there mini golf in Mario Golf? Who do I main in Smash Brothers? Me Brawler. An unusual choice, I know. I like it. Metopia, same price as the voucher, so not really worth it. Could get Bravely Default too. People like Bravely Default. I don't know. Origami King is a front runner, just insofar as like I am morbidly curious, would I hate what Paper Mario has become? Or would I actually say, like, you know what? It's okay now. It's not bad. I did just buy ukulele, so I could do Extra Life with it. And maybe see, is it not terrible anymore? Did they fix it? We'll find out when Extra Life happens. I'm just not seeing anything particularly good. I feel like I bought everything. What the hell's Damon vs. Ex Machina? Astral Chain, that sounded mid. This is mid. Crafted World is mid. Honestly, Crafted World is at least interesting. At least it's a Yoshi game. Yoshi games, they're always a little mid. Is Crafted... How do people feel about Crafted World? Is that an okay redemption? Is that an okay game to, like, mindlessly play while listening to podcasts or something? How do the folks feel about Crafted World? Crafted World or Woolly World? It is Crafted World. I think I did play Woolly World on the Wii U or whatever it was on. That's the 2D one. This is the 3D isometric one, I think. Right? It's not a pretty game. Wait, are these all the screenshots? Where's, like, gameplay? They did not include pretty good, thing. It doesn't focus on platforming. Woolly World was better than Crafted World. Okay. Well, I could download the demo, but if y'all are saying it's mid, then I guess let's leave it for dead. It was, you know, I might as well play Princess Peach at that point. You know, that game is maybe less mid even than that. I could play another Code Reflection. I'm leaning towards Mario Party Jamboree or Legends Z-A. If someone convinces me that, like, they have changed enough to make it interesting, make it more active, I could go with Z plus A just out of curiosity. Also, like, I don't really know that I really have. Yeah, let's... I think I'm leaning towards the C/A. In fact, can I just vouch it right now? Let's vouch it right now, live. Let's do it. There we go. Voucher done. That voucher's been used. Paper Mario, I'm not gonna get it. No. I mean, I might buy some more vouchers. Are you getting the Switch 2 version? Is there an upgrade? Is there an upgrade cost between them? Shit. You can only vouch for the Switch 1 version, and I'm using a voucher to get it. $10? Fuck. I didn't consider that. But, too late now. Huh. Too late now. Okay. I'll pay Nintendo's price, off stream later. You don't want to go into credit card territory on stream, you know? It's fine. It's good. $10, I can afford it. You know, the important thing is that the voucher is spent, and I'm not losing $50 of value from not, $60 of value from not spending the damn thing and wasting it. You have the Switch 1, but you're fine with it? I mean, you probably want the upgraded version if you have a Switch 2 like I do, though, because better frame rate, better performance. Presumably, they put some stuff in it that justifies that difference. Metroid Prime 4, that's just a straight upgrade, right? That's just 0, right? So I should get Metroid Prime... I should get a voucher for Metroid Prime 4, redeem it for Prime 4, and then use the other one on, like, Rhythm Heaven next year or something. Probably Rhythm Heaven. That's, like, the last of the Switch games, right? You got a PS5 earlier this year? Oh, okay. Well, I got a PS5, like, 5 years ago, so, you know, it's not really a going concern. You picked you're pretty late in the generation to get a PS5, but I suppose you got in before the price went up, so I hope you got in before the price went up. I guess, despite the logic of it, I guess you got in at a good time. God damn, these fucking tariffs, huh? They fucked everything up. What's the clear rate here? Oh, it's perfectly good. 5 tries will be more than enough. This is a trad level, like the last one. I like a trad level. I mostly make trad levels, though most of my levels are trad levels, in fact, so, you know, I have a certain affection for trad levels and the makers of trad levels. I would say that this system is, in fact, especially ideal for trad makers and trad enjoyers. You know what I mean? Like, real talk, real talk. The lightning round is excellent if you're a trad maker, you know? Like, means that every level only gets a short amount of time, keeps things moving, and, you know, I feel like when you're a trad maker, at least in my experience watching streams, like, in the years before I became a streamer myself, when you're watching a stream as a trad maker, it's often like, okay, trad level, you beat it in a minute, and then, like, 20 minutes of an impossible level. And, you know, that's fun, but as the trad maker, you're like, man, I get a lot less time than the Kaizo maker, huh? Whereas, like, it's kind of reversed when you're dealing with me. Especially during the lightning round, specifically. During the 12-minute, you know, the first round, the first half of the stream, it is a little bit more equitable. But still, it's pretty good for the trad maker. I feel good about my setup, and personally, if I was watching someone, I would love them to have my setup because it would really benefit my levels and people who make levels like my levels. But also, I appreciate the Kaizos. I appreciate everyone's. And, you know, if we're able to beat a Kaizo this way, it feels really fucking good. And we love it. If you played FNAF, I'll say FNAF was before my time. I was too old for FNAF when it came out, and never did actually play it, but I'm still, you know. I did learn a thing about FNAF the other day. I didn't know it had, like, Atari minigames in it. Someone in chat, Brown Diddley, I believe, was saying during Baby Steps when, oh, is it a spoiler to say Baby Steps has, like, a minigame like FNAF did? Anyway, it had some FNAF-inspired, like, minigame type things, and I didn't know it had that in it. Didn't know that was, like, a thing. I guess, like, it's not FNAF, but I guess it's, like, adjacent. Danganronpa has some, like, Atari, like, retro aesthetics things sometimes, with, like, an 8-bit, or, like, a, you know, a 4-bit. A lo-fi, like, Monokuma sometimes shows up. I wonder if that's, like, the same thing. I wonder if that has, like, a shared lineage. If there's a reason why both of those... If that connection has a reason behind it. Anyway, speaking of games, Starboy. Starboy just did a GG. Excellent. Starboy is here. Fantastic. The clear rate doesn't look so bad. This thumbnail kind of reminds me of, like... The blue kind of reminds me of, like, a sky, and it kind of reminds me of a night level of, like, Mario All-Stars Mario Brothers 1, I want to say. Like, it kind of has a deep blue rather than the black that you typically see in a Mario Maker night level. It has sort of a deep blue. Ludwig's hair? Oh, it is Ludwig's hair. I can see that now, just like unfocusing a little bit. The contours of it are just so. Kind of reminded me of the thumbnails of, like, All-Stars though. Even so. Let's play the level. I'll play some of that. I'll play some of that Pokemon game. I'm, you know, currently in a place where I'm just sort of replaying games and not really playing new ones, so a new game or two would be pretty good right now. That said, I do have some other ideas, which, tell you what, I'll pop it after this level. The next card about a game what's coming out, or is out, or whatever. There's some cards about that. I guess I could have had a card for Outer Worlds too, considering it's like 2 weeks out now. That's going to be good, I think. And of the games that are coming out recently, or soon, it's the only one that I plan on doing a dedicated stream for, because I really love the first one. First Outer Worlds, for what it's worth, was my runner-up game of the year. The year it came out. I'll admit, part of that was just because the Outer Wilds was the game of the year, and I figured, like, Outer Wilds, runner-up Outer Worlds, that's too perfect. That's too funny. I gotta do that. And, you know, they're a pretty good 1-2 combo, but also, at the time, I didn't think that I could really get into a Bethesda-style RPG anymore, and I got into it. You know, it was a really good Bethesda-style RPG. You know, and since then I played Avowed and much no other really good Bethesda RPGs, so like, yeah, you know, if Avowed didn't come out, I would be like really jonesing for it, but I'm a little bit sated on that front, but still, I could really go for it, and it sounds like it has an interesting concept, sort of just like, oh, it has a World War II type vibe, combined with some, like, of the corporate marketing crap that the first one is known for. Like, yeah, that sounds good. That sounds really good. I can't wait to, play that and, get into that. This level's cool. Have to backtrack a little. To be clear, when we say a trad level, this level isn't quite trad, right? I think we would agree. Oh, crap. I'm not 100% sure what exactly this level is, as far as, like, you know, its status, but it's definitely not a traditional level, insofar as it's based around, like, using a power-up, a single power-up, and that you're provided multiple copies of, and you cannot lose. It's more just about... It's more closer to a Bennett Foddy, even though it's clearly not a getting over it type level. It's not that hard. It's not that bad. Parkour type level, yeah. It's like a slow-paced, very forgiving parkour type level. Level genres are a thing. You know, I'll say, like, a weird thing about that is that there are definitely genres of level within the traditional space, right? Of course. There's totally a whole bunch of things that a traditional level can be. Like, there's platform levels, there's auto-scrollers, there's flying levels, there's climbing levels. Like, within the trad space, you know, entire games are typically made entirely of trad levels. Though I guess, like, with Mario Wonder, you know, that's an example of a game that has a lot of levels that aren't strictly trad. You know what I mean? It has a lot of levels that are, like, cool little mini-game type things, you know what I mean? Can I cheese this? Can I, like, do a triple jump or something? Does kind of look like I can. Hang on. Hang on. All I have to do is do, like, a triple jump. You can try it, says Starboy. Okay, let's see. I need to get like a... Here's I think the play. Okay, watch this. I jump into the thing, into the saw. I un-propeller suit. And then I do a spin. Hey, Marvin Award. I need to do a mid-air spin to maintain the height. There we go. That's it. There's the cheese. I have found the cheese. And there's the checkpoint. Alright. That indeed does work. Again, I'll say, like, tricks like that, cheese like that, Mario games had it. You know, and I think one thing people really like when they play games is to break them. You know, speedrunners love that. That's like their favorite thing. Glitch hunters, that's their entire thing. You know, they don't even have the you know, playing it. They don't even have this... I think it's cool and good when creators let their level just be destroyed a little bit. And empowering for the players. Don't always have to play it the same way. So long as they're having a good time and liking it. Did we not die? I guess it was all losing progress in that level, not deaths. We didn't die, we just spent 5 minutes alive. Very good. I will say a timeout would have counted for all of our lives, so maybe we should have... We didn't have... I think we were good on time the whole time, too, so it wasn't really a concern. We were like, oh, I want to reset so I can make sure that we have as much time as we can on our last thing. Thank you for the level. I'm hitting complete. Feel free to get another one in there if you so please. 06I is up next. 06I just GG'd. Excellent. Good. By the way, everyone, feel free to get more in there. I got, I think, 2 more green cards about upcoming games, and I think after that, we will close the queue and start wrapping up. I think. You could have died in the boss arena, though. True. Timing out wouldn't have been a concern. Okay. I'm thinking about getting Ball X Pit. I've heard some good things about Ball X Pit. Seems like it's the most recent game to come out that people are big on. Apparently, it's like an Arkanoid roguelite. I don't know if that sounds so appealing, but, you know, if people say it's good, I need to maybe watch some people play it and then go from there. Maybe see if any streamers that I like, you know, have played it, any outlets, etc., and watch them play it and go from there. Has anyone played Ball Pit? Apparently you just say it Ball Pit without the Ball X Pit. People are saying it's really good, and honestly, like I said, I'm kind of between games right now, so I could use something to play until whatchamacallit comes out, until Outer Worlds 2. And even then, like, after Outer Worlds 2, I'm gonna need something to play. You know, November doesn't look to be that packed to me, as far as things I'm interested in, so just get Ball X Pit and check it out. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Then again, it is a roguelite, and other than, like, Hades 2 and Blueprints, a lot of those tend to miss. And just don't really grab me in a way that makes me want to spend multiple tries, multiple time, just like playing the first level over and over again, playing the first 3 levels over and over again. It's like, well, I'd rather you had like 50 levels that were all different at a certain point, and then I could clear each of them and then be done, rather than like playing 4 levels 100 times. Unless you do enough to mix it up, unless you do enough to like make the gameplay different based on your kit, based on your boons, etc., like Hades does, or make it like more of a meta puzzle in a really cool way like Blueprints does. You know, make it a whole elaborate puzzle that you're just constantly working out and going through and etc. I don't know. It's on Switch. People say the Switch version is fine. You know, even on Switch 2, you don't need to do anything. You don't need to, like, worry about, this a story level? I think this is a story level. Come on in, Mario. Bruh. Hello. I like theme parks. These kids are mean. Save me. Is this flying bumper cars? Oh, wait a minute. This isn't quite a story level. This is a red coin level where we have to go through multiple attractions. Well, let's do what I always do when I go to the theme park. Let's start with the roller coaster. Honestly, I would probably... At most theme parks that I go to, most of what I ride is the roller coasters. Like, you know, there aren't that many attractions that I really super care about that aren't roller coasters. Then again, I do like the dark rides at Universal. And like when you're at Disney, if you just did roller coasters only, you'd run out of crap like 2 seconds in. You'd run out of rides and be shit out of luck. I guess we did the roller coaster. That was fun. To this tower. Roller coasters are fun. Theme parks are fun. I'm excited that next year, Six Flags Over Texas is getting a record-breaking dive coaster. I've seen all the information about that, by the way. It looks really great, and Six Flags Over Texas is my local park, so definitely we'll go next year and check that out. And we'll also check out the kids park, the Universal Kids, which is also a local park when it opens next year. I'll go with my nephew, who is apparently just started talking. Apparently he says words now. I think I'm gonna see him tomorrow. And, I'll see if he says words to me. And can talk to me and say things like, "What's this?" I heard he's now saying, "What's this?" So, that's cool. Now I'll be able to, like, start answering him. And, telling him what stuff are. Do kids just, like, start talking that fast out of nowhere? The last time I saw him, he was what's the word for illiterate? But cannot, but for words. He was, you know, just ran around toddling, you know? Anyway, he'll be ready for Universal next year. Kids rides... How big do you have to be to ride a kiddie ride? Is he big enough? I wonder if a 2-year-old is good enough for, like, those rides that they got. Where it's, you know, a thrill ride. I don't know. Like a kid's coaster. Would a 2-year-old be able to ride that? Probably not. I'll ride it, though. Shit, I don't care. He can watch. And look forward to many theme park visits in the future. Eventually, he'll go to Universal, and he'll goddamn like it. I've heard that's the plan. My sister is saying, like, well, if he's not gonna remember, we're definitely gonna go to Universal so we can have a good time. And, you know, whatever. But eventually, when he's, like, old enough to make memories, like, yeah, we'll go to Disney. That makes sense. Next year, my plan for theme parks... I'll say, my plan for theme parks next year... is, my plan for theme parks next year is, Cedar Point. I think it's time to go to Cedar Point. I think Cedar Point is it a good place? They've opened all the rides that I know about that they were working on. And, I think it is finally time to make a visit down there, or up there, or whatever it is. Next summer, I guess, will be the thing. Will be my, trip. Maybe I'll do a short trip, not a long one. Hey, Walker. Why do you have only 5 lives when you do a level? It's because it's the lightning round, and during the lightning round, I have fewer tries. It's a whole gimmick. It keeps things moving during the second half of the stream, and makes sure we get through a lot of levels, which I like to do. It also provides a good amount of, like, you know... I like the risk. You know what I mean? I like the... There's an element of, it's a fun challenge. I don't think I have a follow age command right now. Sir Brotz. I think, I think all those commands broke anyway. Like, last I checked. And I disabled it as a result. I think I did have one at one point, but it stopped working. So, disabled it. If there's a new way to do that now, maybe I should, re-enable that. I think that just broke, though. This has been a fun theme park, tangent from the theme park level. Which, you know, didn't plan on. I guess this is like a SeaWorld style theme park. If they have like an aquarium situation. SeaWorld's pretty good. I went there once. Wasn't able to ride the Kraken, it was closed at the time. But, would like to sometime, I don't know. Then again, like, making time to go to SeaWorld Orlando during a Universal trip is hard. Hard enough to make time for a Disney day, let alone a Universal, or a SeaWorld day in addition. Yay, we did it! Wait, that's not the flag. There we go. This usually doesn't have a flag, it has the panel thing. Very nice, 06i. Let's go ahead and hit I like it, and exit. I'm hitting complete, and yeah. Big Bad Brock is up. Go ahead and confirm. Oh, I think, well, Big Bad Brock was the last one to say anything in YouTube chat, but that was a couple levels ago, it looks like. Gotcha. YouTube, Big Bad Brock, you want to say something right now? That'd be good. That'd be a good time for it. Betting you're ready to go. That really hasn't been a long wait. I think you've just had like a couple levels in front of yours. So, do confirm, and, yeah. One more game. What's coming out, or is out? Hey, I'm thinking about getting Keeper, which is out? That's right, Double Fine's Keeper, which I was surprised to find out today. It's not just out this year. Keeper is out today. Keeper, that game with the lighthouse from, not E3. Remember that when they revealed that? That looked really weird. It's out now. It's out today. What the fuck? When did... I never heard that it was coming out. I never heard that it was even this year. But apparently it's out. I've really enjoyed, like, near all the Double Fine games I've played. I will probably like this, and the reviews seem pretty good. Let me just say, unlike Ball Pit, where I'm sort of on the fence, I will pick up Keeper. You know, I probably would have done if it didn't come out like today, and I just found out about it like hours before the stream. Like, I guess at this point, we're like, what, 4 hours into the stream? Like, 6 hours ago I found out about it. Early enough to make a card for it, but that's it. Make a card to say like, oh, I should get it. So, yeah, I'm gonna get that. That's gonna be good. I do think there is something to be said about Double Fine and the demise of Game Pass. Anyone ever tell you that they remind them of the stock image guy? No, I don't think so. Which stock image guy? You don't mean Drew Scanlon, the blinking white guy, right? You mean, do you mean the guy with who's with the girl and looking at the other girl? No, that wouldn't be it. I can't picture that as me. What are we talking about here? Walker level. Levius. Levite? I'm not sure how you say that. That's a 3 and a 7. Levy 37. There we go. Don't try to pronounce the numbers as letters, perhaps. I'll say just Big Bad Brock hasn't confirmed, by the way, so still waiting on him to confirm. Let me just say one thought about Double Fine and Game Pass, because I really think Double Fine and Game Pass is a perfect combination. You know, Double Fine makes weird-ass games, and for a certain period of their existence, they were making a lot of them, like several of them every few years. Like one of the few who could churn out a game every year or two, which is practically unheard of. But even they have been like pretty, you know, slow because they spent so much working on like the Psychonauts 2. They really didn't have any project ready for the next like 4 or 5 years until today. And you know, I think that Double Fine and Game Pass make a great combination because they make weird games that you don't know if you want to buy because they're so weird and unusual. But if you're getting them for free as part of Game Pass, it's like, that is perfect. That adds a lot of value to Game Pass. It means that you don't have to take a risk on these unknown quantities, and more people get to play their weird games. But since Psychonauts 2, they just made the one game, and there's Big Bad Brock. Excellent. They just made the one game, and it came out after Game Pass died, so... Oh, geez. That's not good. And also, they did not market the game at all, so that's also not good. And even now, apparently, they're more interested in plugging the ROG Ally Xbox X than they are in, like, sending emails or whatever, promoting Double Fine's new game, so, ooh, that's really no good. Is Double Fine up a creek with no paddle? That's a concern. That's a concern. I'm kind of worried about Game Pass, or sorry, about Double Fine. Honestly, probably all Xbox really should be concerned. I don't think the guy's there. He's there on the YouTube side. Don't worry, we got him. We got him, Walker. He's on the YouTube side in YouTube chat. It's good. He confirmed just a second ago, as I was giving my last thought. Let's do this. I'm gonna turn comments off now. We've gotten enough story time from the previous level. Yep, I stream on YouTube as well. If you'd like to subscribe there, I'd appreciate it. We're nearing some thresholds there. Oh, wait. This is one of those... I gotta, like, deal with guys coming on both sides. Dodge. I need to, like, stop the lasers. And also kill the guys. It's survival. Okay, cool. I think I got it, though. Yeah, YouTube is coming up on some nice thresholds. I do think the growth there has slowed down a bit. So, like, hey, if y'all are on Twitch and you'd like to, like, drop a YouTube sub, that would be really nice. And maybe we'll hit 500 before the 4th streamiversary. That'd be really nice timing if I could, if the 4th streamiversary could also be like a, yay, we hit 500 type deal. But, you know, there's like a whole dozen or so that we have to get until then. We're close, but like, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. I'd appreciate it. And hey, like, whichever side you want to watch on, good. Shit, fuck, ass, what the hell? We didn't get a checkpoint, did we? Oh my god. Oh. This is a level that's a little, fuck! Rough to die on because you spend like several minutes, what feels like several minutes surviving and then you're dead. I guess that's life. In life, too, you spend years surviving, and then you're dead. Really a raw deal if you think about it. Really, fucked up. Sinners, you know, the vampires there, they raise a good point. What if you never had to die? I mean, that is my plan as well, but I want to do it through cryogenics, not black magic. Just good old-fashioned freezing of a corpse. And then, trusting the benevolence of future peoples who might want to bring me back to life. I don't know why. Maybe I will pay some money and they'll respect that 100 years from now. They'll say, oh, this guy paid, you know, a reasonable salary's worth of, monies to be frozen. Definitely, that's enough to, like, revive a person, right? Oh, hey, we could stop the missiles from coming just by keeping this guy stopped. Okay, good. That helps a lot. Let me just say, one final thought about the upcoming, all these relatively recent, relatively new games. I think they were all 100% right. Checkpoint, that refreshes our lives. They were all 100% right, getting the fuck out of the way of Silksong. They were correct without a doubt. If they had come out while Silksong, or even Hades 2, was the main thing, there is no fucking way I would have made time for them. No fucking way. And, that's just reality. What the fuck? I found a key! Should I skip this one or this one? I guess let's skip the first one. One is like some different breed of survival. Naughty, naughty. You shouldn't put, those dev keys, you know. It's a naughty thing to do. I guess he is a bad Brock, you know, literally a bad boy. You know, that is your name. Is this just survival, or do I have to, like, convince him to hop up over here? Definitely will play some of these games over the weekend. Don't plan on streaming any of them. Though I'll say, like, I do like to, revisit all my favorite games at the end of the year. Do some Game of the Year type streams as Game of the Year refreshers. I'll say, I've mentioned those a couple times the last few months, just apropos of nothing. Is for a quick clear check. That's naughty. Naughty, naughty. You're supposed to just be really good. That's a dev key, man. But hey, I found it, so I'm gonna use it. Whatever, hey. I'm not sure how this guy dies. Let's die, and we'll go through the first room, and then we'll use the key on the boss. We'll use our free key on the boss. Also, let's just check and see. There's not, like, another key hidden here, right? Gotta, like, confirm. I don't think so. Okay, let's do the survival. Maybe this also reduces, like, an RNG factor if, like, you know, there might be times where, there might be no perfect way to mitigate this, luck. Night 5 can last for a while as an error. Okay. Oh, this does remind me of, there was another FNAF level I played once, where it was like night by night survival or some such. I guess that is just the structure of FNAF. So that makes sense, yeah. Hello, Anadachian. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Hell yeah. We're down to 1 life here. We have a key. Should we skip this level? Let's skip this level. Okay, this level seems really hard. This level, at least, we can survive a while in. I'm not sure, like, how it ends, but so long as I don't die, that's half the battle. I feel like. Oh, I died. Well then. Oh well. Thank you for the level, Big Bad Brock. I appreciated it. And had a good time. Let me go ahead and hit, dismiss. We ran out of lives there. Ah, well. Oh, well. Mr. Ardwin is up next. I'll say, I think I only have a few cards left. That was your fault, you barely had to jump? Well, I did get crushed by a block you placed, but also, the lightning round doesn't say, doesn't say 5 tries unless it's my fault. Like, no, it says 5 tries, pretty specifically. Like, that was a try, I tried. And, fucked up. But, like, that's how it goes sometimes. Feel free to get another level in. Hell, you can even get in the same level if you wish. I think I only have a few cards left, a few last things to talk about. Let me just check real fast. How many things do I have left in the old active set? I always put all these things in an active set folder. I have 2 cards, both games I've been playing. Yeah, okay. I think it's time to go to last calls. I think it's time to start wrapping up. And I think it's time for y'all to get in any last submissions. Folks, it is time for last call. It is time for y'all to get in any last levels. It is time to start, thinking about wrapping up. Everyone who has submitted before is welcome to submit again. And if you haven't submitted yet, get back in there. Yeah, you're going to want to add and not replace Big Bad Brock, because after your level is cleared or dismissed, it's out of the queue. So you're going to have to add, not replace. You'll get it. I believe in you. I'll help out if you need it. But I think you're good. During the time of last call, I play some levels of my own. For the last 3 weeks, we've done themes of, like, colors. We did orange levels, we did purple levels, we did red/black levels. Is there any other colors that would be cool to see? Let's, I'm gonna say yellow levels. Yellow levels? Maybe we should do something spookier than yellow levels. Next week is the spookiest week as far as viewer levels go, the furthest, the closest one to the actual spooky day. Let's go with yellow. Yellow is fine. And when I say yellow, let's find some that are particularly yellow. Really defined by it. Like, actually, Beneath the Runway is not a bad example, considering that, you know what, I'm gonna say Beneath the Runway might actually be more brown, but yellow is a big part of Beneath the Runway. Let's start with that one. I'm actually not sure there are that many that are, like, particularly defined by yellow. Well, then again, like, the airship theme is also a little bit yellow. Those lamps are a little bit yellow. But mostly, the yellow blocks and the yellow bridges are yellow, and this level is big in both of those. This is a remake of one of my first levels in the original Mario Maker. Like my 12th level, I believe it was. The description said, who remembers? It was made for a competition for like a race, blind race, and the basic idea is that you want to get a feather and then fly to the end from the start of the level. Pretty short level, I think. But at the time, you know, this was before checkpoints were introduced. Levels really couldn't be that long without getting prohibitively frustrating, so it kind of makes sense. Probably could have used a checkpoint here, you know, when I made the remake of it, considering that, like, yeah, if you don't know how to fly, this area... Mario Maker never really teaches you how to fly like this, you know, how to fly over a level in that way. It's like a Star Road Super Mario World level. That's a great comparison. ADH Denny. Adeni. There we go. That's a great comparison. I'll say most of my levels are trad levels. I'm gonna continue calling them trad levels for the remainder of the stream. Denny, okay, gotcha. Most of my levels are trad levels, and as far as yellow ones go, is this yellow? That's more of a yellow-orange. But also we did orange, and I don't think I probably definitely didn't play this level, did I? I'm gonna say not yellow. Actually, I'm gonna say yellow, but I'm gonna say that the other one of these in this style, I'm gonna call not yellow, even though I actually made two of this sort with the mayhem. With not mayhem. It's like this was inspired by the temple levels of DKC, where you know, you got all these platforms and they're on like really elaborate ruins that go up into the foreground, and I always found that to be really cool, and I made one of my own. I always try I always tried to make one of like every theme I could think of, every archetype, every DKC archetype that I could think of, and try to make it feel like that archetype do. And I think last I checked, I got them all pretty much. Bah!
Oh no!
We'll do a non-refreshing life situation for the last call. I won't need that many lives. Don't worry about it, y'all. Also yellow, the wigglers are yellow, which is cool. Also, this part is cool, where you start killing them by landing on them. It's cool and good. I liked making it so that some of the platforming was on the dark side of these walls, and other platforming is on the light side. Also cool, the fact that you can jump off the hammers once you get the shell riding thing. What else is yellow? I feel like there's one that I can think of.
Oh yeah!
Also, this is really more of a yellowish tan, really. But hey, you know, whatever. These themes can be a little tenuous, and the point is just to buy time for y'all to submit any last, and also show up what kind of levels I make. This one's probably the most yellow in my repertoire, in my level selection. This is Wind Up Woods 1, Honeycomb Hollow. Honeycomb, yeah. It's a beehive level, so naturally it's a big giant beehive. This is way more yellow than the last one. Though, actually, if you look at it, these blocks are sort of a little orangey in their yellowness. The P on them is definitely more of an orange yellow than like a pure yellow. But it looks really good, so it's fine. You know, I mentioned like archetypes earlier. I mentioned archetypes earlier. This one is very much like a somewhere between. Obviously, when I was making this, I was thinking about the DKC style beehives and how you climbed up walls and stuff, and definitely like the climbable walls is sort of a it sort of hints towards that. But like structurally, it has more in common with like the tree levels of DKC3 and climbing up like two massive chasms on either side of a great tree. At least the outside parts. The inside parts, maybe a little more beehivey. Also, those guys are stuck in the honey, if you're wondering. I guess that was my allusion to the honey from that level. Just like, yeah, no, there's one-way platforms that can, like, you know, if you were to fall in it, you'd get stuck. You know, you wouldn't be able to go left and right. And the enemies are stuck there, too. Why is it Ghost House? Because it's inside. It's inside the beehive. That's the inside. Kind of has the right vibes, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Honey factory. Like if there was lava inside the tree, that'd be weird. It's also made of wood in there, and the tree is made of wood. I can't think of any other archetype, any other theme, style, whatever it is, that's made of wood. So you know, other than like just the, you know, the jungle. Or that can pass for wood, I guess. As far as other yellow stages go, I think, you know, there is some yellow in like pipes and stuff randomly here and there, but other than that, I think yellow is usually just a small part of most levels, most color schemes, most everything. There's a bunch of yellow in Bonus Biome 2, the rainbow level of my super world, but that's rainbows, that's different. Bonus Biome 4 kind of has some yellow stuff. Remember your new one? Huh? The FNAF one? Or was that the last person? I forget. Was yours the FNAF Big Bad Brock? Or was yours the... It's been a minute. Is there one last thing here as far as yellow goes? I feel like we might have tapped out yellow. And that's fine and good, and I'm ready to move on if so. Is that true, though? Are there only like 2, 3 yellow stages? It's more green than yellow. And, yeah, I think... Unless you start counting, like, 3D World, which... This theme does look kind of yellowy when you look at it from a distance. It kind of has a yellow feel to it. But, yeah. I think I can do one more here, and I can justify it. Thank you for the follow, Walker Levi. There's some P blocks in this one. I don't think it's quite yellow enough. Nah, it's more blue than yellow. And that's, kind of disqualifying. I think it's time to move on. I think it's time to end. There's some good yellow platforms in this, but it's more blue than yellow. Levi. For Pete's sake, can you say Levi right? I was seeing I saw the 3 and I see the 3 and read it as an E. And then the 7 kind of looks like half an S. It is the wrong way, though. Big Bad Brock, are you already in there? You're already in there. You're already good. Don't worry about it, Bad Brock. You're already in the queue and everything. There's an argument to be made for this one with its P blocks, but I think we're good. I think we got yellow. It's just a number, nothing more. Oh, hey, there's my virtual game card. Don't worry about downloading it now, Switch. It's just a number, nothing more. It blends in with the capital letters before it, I'll say. Like, it's hard to see sometimes that the levy is an I and not a 1. That's not important, though. Let's, folks. That's enough levels. There's actually not that many yellow levels in my, repertoire. It's funny how many levels are just, like, neutral colors. Or just, like, all the colors. Or just, like, brown or blue. Let's go ahead and close the queue. let's go ahead and get that down as well. We are now in the last segment of the night. We're going to finish out these next 5 levels. Then we're going to get going. Get going. Yeah, sometimes I say names weird. I hope y'all don't mind. I mean, obviously, Walker Levi does, but Walker Levi 37 does, but you know, but it is what it is. Memory can be bad sometimes. Hey, I'll tell you though, I appreciate you following, and I appreciate you giving me a level to play. I appreciate all that, regardless of whether I know what to do with a number. Numbers are difficult. Let's play the level. There's a Bowser over there. I get the feeling that this is a Timmy level. Is that mean to say? Bouncer, wait, what? Oh, no, I don't think this is a Timmy level. This is a... I think this is a... Uh-oh. Okay, let's confirm my thoughts here. I think the idea here might be we need to escort Bowser all the way to the right so that he can break open a wall or something by like hitting him from below, etc., etc. Yeah, we get him into here, and he hits a switch, and that can, get us through. Yikes. It's gonna be a, Ah! It's not like a hidden block for more. No. We can't do it like that. We gotta start over. Sad to say. What was the clear rate here? Hang on. I think I might have allocated the wrong number of heads. 3 out of 96. Okay, that is above 1%. We allocated the right amount of heads. Okay. Shit, I was really hoping for 2 more heads there. Really thought this would be lower, but hey, you know what? 3%, that should give us some confidence. It's not that bad. You think he'll just come with us? He is walking. Slowly. I feel like if we just wait for him, it might take forever. Then again, these big old jumps that he does, not bad. They're big and crap. He'll get a good distance. I think luring him is the answer. I think luring him is easier and safer than restarting. Also, we don't have that many more lives left, so let's give this a go and not just throw away this one. Okay, well that is another life. Let's do it right this time. If we could just... Ah! How the fuck did you not get de-shelled by him? I gotta start over. I can't wait for him to walk. We'll be here all night. The timer will run out. There's only 400 seconds to begin with. Just small jumps. Just small jumps here. Ah! Bowser. Why do you do this to me, Bowser? Walk forward, Bowser. Not up! Not up! Wrong direction, Bowser! Wrong direction! Well, shit. That's a hard one. And I think now I put a couple of deaths on it. It's still at 3% because 3 people have cleared it, but it's lower now than when it started. That at least is, well, that's how it works. Well, shit, Arduin. Also, did Arduin actually confirm? Arduin might not have confirmed, actually. Whoops. I think I might have forgotten to add Arduin before closing the thing. It's fine. It's good. I didn't realize I didn't do that before lightning round. I should have edited him anyway, so you didn't get any sort of notification in chat. So, whatever. Thank you for the level, nonetheless. Probably should have had just the 2 attempts, but it was fun seeing more of it, so I can't complain. And I won't complain. I'll just say next time I'll be better about it. I'm dismissing. Next up is Walker, who is here. Are you the only one who kind of hates the music box music that plays when you have the nighttime themes? I get that. I wish there was more option insofar as, like, what music played. Because, like, yeah, it is pretty samey. And to me, music box doesn't really say music. Or doesn't really say nighttime. Like, that's not really super nighttime to me. Like, it's not really spooky. It's not really, like, ominous. It's not really... I don't really see it. Too much effort. Yeah, I don't know. I think there should be, like, music options. You should be able to set whatever music you want, like, in some sort of menu, rather than just putting, you know, in addition to, instead of, like, hey, here's 5 music tracks that you can play, just give us access to all of them, and have, like, oh, for the subworld, for the overworld, if you want different tracks, like, okay, go wild, etc., etc. I think that would all make sense. Walker is here. You have this many tries. Let me do a card. I only have 2 of them left. I am still playing Mega Block. Playing a bunch of that. That's been pretty fun. I have now unlocked the second level, the desert. And unfortunately, I do think the second level is not as good as the first level. The forest is definitely way better than the desert. Has a lot more interesting verticality and just stuff going on. But hey, it has new enemies and new achievements and some new stuff to get, some of which I have gotten, and I think I have now gotten enough to get, I am either, like, right at the point where I get a 5th, 4th weapon slot, or very close, I forget. But, like, yeah, I'd say Mega Bonk's very fun. I do think it ramps up way too slowly, like, let's go, let's do this. 2%, that 5 lives is correct then. I'll say it does ramp up very slowly. It does ramp up very slowly. Mega Bonk, where you basically have to do like dozens of runs, sometimes just of the same characters even, to unlock more stuff, to unlock more weapons. Like, I just unlocked... Fuck me.
Oh, no.
What the hell? We need to go back after we get that on-off, I think. Fuck!
Oh, no.
But I should try not to get hit and try not to die. We're starting off with a power-up, with a really good power-up. Possibly the best power-up in the game. It should be really easy to, not die here. Alas. Alas. Here we go. Third try's the charm. It's gonna go perfectly. We're going to go the distance. This is really a trad level, so shouldn't be that bad, you know, just challenging at most. And a little bit of challenge is good. Checkpoint refreshes our lives. Maybe you should go not so fast in this level. Oh, well, I gotta go fast. That's just a good rule of thumb. I love going fast. Oh, well, maybe I should try to deal with this more strategically. Hello. There we go. I was able to not die there. And a Yoshi. Very strong. Is this a red coin level, or are these optional? I'm guessing by its trad nature, how there seems to be, like, very little ability to, like, backtrack. Optional, but then there's a key door. Mandatory. Oh, wow. I wonder if we missed any. Anyway, Mega Monk is fun. I do think that it is not as good as Vampire Survivors. But, like, Vampire Survivors is great, so there's lots of games that are not as good as Vampire Survivors. They're still fun. It's definitely fun to, like, run around and do all the killing and collecting of gems and all that you do in Mega Bonk. It's just a little bit sloppier than Vampire Survivors, and it definitely, like, ramps up way too fucking slow. Like, it definitely needs to get to the third weapon slots, like, right away. And the thing is, the way that game works is when you select your character, you're basically choosing your first weapon. So, like, when you start off the game and you have 2 weapon slots, that just means, like,
Oh,
the
no.
checkpoint was right there! I can't believe that. Upside down levels are pretty screwy. Are pretty, Ooh. I should check and see, like, if we missed any in this first part. Run back real fast. There is one right there. How the hell would you get that? Ah. By the way, you can go through every green pipe in this level. I'm lucky that that mole didn't fuck me while I was reading that, because it really looked like he wanted to. Oh, right. Now there's a platform between me and that. But it does show, like, maybe where you can get through the right side up version. I guess it switches between the 2 modes then, as you go back and forth through the overworld and fuck me. Okay, I can on-off that on-off, and then when I return this way, I can go through here and get the coin. Wait, no I can't. The fuck? Ah! I'm a little confused and slightly concerned that I might have already screwed the pooch here. In multiple ways. Oh, she. This level is supposed to be extremely confusing. Ah, well, I can't confirm that. I can't confirm that, at least.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna start by moving forward. And I'll think about everything else in time. Ah! Patience there. Patience is good. Patience would be good. We have 2 tries left. I'm a little confused and tired, but like, we have gotten farther into the level. Hey, Coco Coco. Coco Coco, were you here earlier? If you already got a level in, let me know, but you know me, and you know I like to, I don't mind letting one in if you just got here and all. I think you did. I can't get back up. I can't get back up. It's my last try. There's... Ah! Mole! Coco Coco, here. I got you. Did you get one in earlier, Coco Coco? If you did, then don't put one in. But if you didn't, I'll let you have one in real quick like. I got you. Real quick like, though. Real quick like. If you want to, you should try beating this level in your free time. I've never done that before. But, you know, you're welcome to submit it again when the queue is open for everyone. And, you know, whatever. Oh, are you, Coco Coco, you gonna get that in or nah? Coco Coco, I'm just gonna close it back up for now. You could tell me if you want it open, and I'll do that for you. Just let me know, okay? Say the word, Coco Coco. Thank you for the level. That was one of the last of the night. Let's go ahead and hit dismiss, and bring up the next one by 06i. 06i, go ahead and confirm. I'm hoping for a nice... I'm in the mood now for a nice quick trad level. If there were 3 last nice trad levels real fast, that'd be a nice way to end the night. It's getting pretty late and all. It's like 11. We've been going around 5 hours. Like, yeah, if we could just wrap this up, I think I'd be happy with that. I'd feel good about that. But let's see what we got. Ooh, it's a music quiz level. Okay. Okay. That's not quite a trad level, but it's another... It is a genuinely cool kind of level. Hell yeah. I got one more card left, so we'll... Fish! Underwater levels. That's underwater level music. That's like Bowser dungeon music. I like this quiz. Like, these are all just perfect renditions of... These are just genuinely some of the best versions of these songs I've heard in Mario Maker. Well, I guess the original versions are also here. Ghost House. It's also very easy. That's like Mario Arcade. Wait, huh? Which one represents Mario Arcade? That guy kind of looks like the crabs, you know, that scuttle around sideways and stuff. But Big Mushroom Mario's not really that big in Mario Arcade, so I'm gonna go Boom Boom, representing that game that way. That's outside. That's what this is trying to say. Outside versus inside. It's the boss theme, actually. Oh, okay. Is it not the Mario Brothers music from Mario Brothers like Arcade? I thought it was the Mario Brothers Arcade music. Maybe that's just similar or something. Maybe they reused it for Mario Brothers 3 or did a remix of it. Okay. That's really cool. I really like that music quiz. Honestly, I'd like a harder one. I wonder if there's let's look at this profile here. Is there a harder quiz of the same sort? Looks like there are other quizzes. It looks like that's not the only. No, that's a melody. That's a melody. That's different from a quiz. And a lot of these are just like regular songs. There are other quizzes here or elsewhere. I'd love to see them. It's just very cool. Remember for next week, spooky. Get spooky with it next week. That's should be the order of the day next week, but that was fun. That was great. Let me go ahead and hit complete, and I believe Denny is up next, and Denny just said that Denny loves this one. By the way, I got one more card left. Let me trigger it right now. We just got the 2 levels left. I've been playing Silksong. Still replaying that. Having a good time. Trying to go for 100% again. Though, you know, I've gotten my blade upgraded to maximum in Act 2. I've done like a lot of the major stuff. Some of the major stuff. But still, like, exploring around and trying to do everything. Right now, in that game, I'm working on the bile water again. I've been having a pretty good time and managed even to get through some extremely hard parts of that game in a relatively few number of tries. Like, I'll say, like, in my second playthrough of Silksong, I've gotten through High Halls. I got through High Halls, like, 2 tries, basically, once I actually started working on it. Well, actually, I went there once, and then I left for a while, and then I came back, and then it was like 2 tries from there, and that felt pretty good. Like, oh my god, this took me like 100 tries first time. Gruel? It's taken me quite a few times as well. That dude is still tough as hell. He's, you know, there's other factors with that particular fight. The run back, etc. You know, the run back is part of it. Also part of it is just like, you know, I don't want to give too much detail because I feel like other than just saying the name Grohl, which, you know, in context, out of context, you don't know who that is. You don't even know what kind of monster that might be, what kind of bug that might be. Other than it's a bad dude. But, struggling with him, I don't know. Might just put it aside for these new games now. But, had a good time replaying it and doing any percents and, such. And at the very least, I have it now. A clear save on my Switch. I could use, like, a Act 3 clear save on my Switch. Yeah. I'll say, again, I used to have Game Pass. I played Silksong through Game Pass. I canceled that when the price went up. So I replayed Silksong on the Switch 2, which is a much better way to play Silksong because you can, you know, it's much more easily portable. Let's do this. Clear rate was perfectly good, right? It's a puzzle-solving Link level. Cool. That's cool. Link is a good power-up. Let's do it. I like how you've embedded Y into the floor and the ceiling. Like, there's some tutorial stuff here to help you, know what to do if you don't know what to do. I've always liked stuff like that, you know, like when the DKC games, would oftentimes write, let the buttons in coins, or, sorry, in bananas. I always thought that was very cool and good. And definitely on a few occasions I have put a button in coins just as like a, you know, just like they did way back when. Obviously, it's different in the case of, obviously, in this case, like, it doesn't really, make that much of a difference. Or, rather, people know what buttons to press, generally, right? But, I do find it fun to just, like, I do find it fun to, like, put that sort of stuff in there. And it makes me think of some games that I love. So yeah, that's all the cards I had. All the cards I have are all spent now. I guess this weekend, I just bought the Pokemon game. I'm gonna buy the Keeper game. I guess I'll play those two. And Baby Steps as well. Gotta play some more Baby Steps. Definitely gotta play a bunch of Baby Steps. I suddenly have a bunch of games to play, and probably don't have as much time to put into, playing some of those, formerly Game Pass games that I rebought on Switch 2. Like Tinykin and, Nobody Saves the World and all that. I think it's time to start giving those games a rest. Though, I'll say, if Tunic goes on sale, for a good enough sale, I would absolutely, like, buy Tunic again and play through that. Tunic fucking ruled. Though, you know, there's always an option to do, like... I could always do a full playthrough of Tunic. Would that be fun? Replaying Tunic? I feel like if you're replaying Tunic, you might remember a thing or two too much as far as the shortcuts go. Like, is that good or bad, using and remembering the shortcuts? Though then again, half remembering a shortcut means that, well, I might go like, oh, I remember something being here, but where, you know? Oh my god! Look at that! The sword! The sword that spawns out of the pipe, it got pushed past the tire. I couldn't get to it. It was inaccessible. That was a soft lock. Damn. And that was a careless death, besides. Holy shit. Well, let's try not to let that happen again. Have you ever seen such a thing, Denny? That's wild. What the hell? I bet you didn't realize that could happen. I'm gonna say it. I'm just gonna apropos of nothing. I bet you did not realize that one could so badly, mess themselves up. So badly fuck themselves. That's new, says Denny. Yeah. Thought it was. How would it not be? Oh god, did it despawn the bomb when I went over the other way? Eh. This weekend, kind of have a lot of games to play. I should also buy Ball Pit. Let's get crazy with it. Buy Ball Pit as well. I'll watch a video. I'll watch a few seconds of Ball Pit, and then I'll buy it probably. And I'll have a lot of opinions on new games by next week, by next Monday, by the next stream, I guess. I don't know. What are we doing here? Are we doing on-off repeatedly to, like, is this a enter and exit situation? Do I need to, like, maybe those guys climb through there, and then they activate like a switch or something. Wait, no, an on-off. That wouldn't do much for me. An on-off wouldn't. Like, it wouldn't actually... It would just unblock the pipe. Be like a P-switch or something. The only hint I have is Z. Which makes me think I need to still be Zing. Even if it seems impractical once the thing is released. What if I bounce that back? No, that's no good. I think this is it. Oh, that looks like it. Okay, okay. Yep, okay. Let me go back and forth. And that's that. 66. That's the order that Palpatine gave in Revenge of the Sith. Very good. Alright. Nice level. Quite enjoyed it. I'm stretching. As you can see. What games am I going to play on my when my AYN Thor arrives? I haven't really thought about that, but I'll play some DS and 3DS games. Been kind of saving those for a bit since, you know, when they come when that comes, it's going to be really good for that. Maybe I'll play through some Ace Attorneys finally. I'll do that on that platform. That'll be good for it. Some Ace Attorney on that thing. That sounds like a good idea. There's some other games I've been saving. Like most of them. Like for the last several months, I've been looking at the DS and 3DS libraries on my Retroid and just thinking like, okay, just wait until I get the 2-screened one. You know? So, yeah, that'll be... Whenever that arrives, that's going to be a whole bunch of work to set up. I guess, probably. Probably won't be just as simple as take the card from my Retroid and put it into the new one. Probably will have to reinstall everything, get it all configured right, but, yeah. You're welcome, Denny. You have a good one. Everyone have a good one. Last up is Big Bad Brock on the YouTube side. Go ahead and confirm for me, Big Bad Brock. We're going to type this in. We're going to start it, like, right away. I don't have anything further to say. I mean, I could say more things about my, about, like, the Retroid that's coming in the mail. I say it's coming in the mail. It's in China. Maybe they're going to put it onto a boat and it'll be here in 5 weeks or something. No, it'll probably go onto a plane. But when? This week? No. Next week? Maybe. I hope. It's in, like, some random island in the middle of the... Near like, the Koreas, basically. I don't know. I don't know that much about Chinese geography or where their major cities and shipping centers are, but it's on its way. Excited. This is interesting. It's one of those mirror levels where you can see the hidden blocks on the other side. And what's more, you can see, like, there's wrong ones and right ones, and I need to get my sea legs so that I can get the right ones and not the wrong ones. I mean, that said, the wrong ones don't seem that bad, honestly. Like, yeah, no, that was a wrong one, but it didn't kill me. It's just a turtle. Just a turtle. I could have used the thing to know where to go. Nice. You didn't put a bomb on the other one there, but if there wasn't one, know, how would you go forward? You couldn't do. So I guess it's possible that other ones might have hidden enemies. It'd be cool if they did. That would, you know, keep you on your toes a little bit. This is fun, too, either way. Here we go. It also does have some spooky, vibes to it and all. You know, if you wanted this to be really dangerous, those could be, boo wheels. Instead of, wait, some of these are going in different directions from the, This one isn't quite right. This one, is a little distinct. I don't know what happened there. Maybe it depends on, like, where you hit it from, but it seemed like the invisible one was not in the same place as the, visible one. Also, don't you set up, like, the direction where they are going, like, left versus right? By, don't you set that up just on the making screen? It doesn't, like, decide whether it's going left or right based on its own. Ah! You broke into the mirror world and now can do whatever we want. Though we can't leave the mirror world, we must return to our real reality before exiting. That's very funny, Bad Brock. That's a very funny ending to the level. That's that was the best part by leaps and bounds. Very fun, very good. Let me hit complete, and that's it. That's all. Dropped my phone. It's fine though, I dropped it on the couch. It's a really expensive phone, I really shouldn't be dropping it, but whatever. Well, folks, that is a stream. I want to thank y'all for joining me, for hanging out, for giving me all your very fine levels, and, you know, chatting and listening to me talk and all that crap. Here's the schedule. There's kind of a lot of things in the near future, so let's just run through it real fast. Next week is a normal-ish week. I'll be doing Metal Gear Solid on Monday, and that'll be the finale of that. We just gotta beat the boss. Just the boss is left. We've beaten Volgan. We've beaten the Shagohod. We just need to go beat the boss, and I think also there's like an escort mission before we can beat the boss, but that shouldn't be too much trouble, right? And really looking forward to that. The boss is like one of the best boss fights in a video game. It's kind of renowned, famous, etc. So looking forward to playing that for the first time and really just testing my mettle against the boss. That week we'll just have that and viewer levels, which will be on Friday like they usually are. However, the following week will be pretty different. On Sunday will be the first stream of that week. That'll be Hollow Knight Randomizer. First time Hollow Knight Randomizer. I'm going to get into that Sunday after next. Then, later that week, on Wednesday, will be Outer Worlds 2. The release night of that. I'm going to check that out for the first time. Then, on Halloween night, when I usually do viewer levels, I'm expecting to get like a bunch of trick-or-treaters, which I need to go get some candy for, by the way, and also get my costume ready. But like after the trick-or-treaters leave, I will do probably a shorter stream where I check out a spooky Banjo-Kazooie mod, in particular, In particular, I believe this one, the Layer Witch project, which is supposed to come out on Halloween by Kirko Mods. That should be interesting. 2 worlds. I figure that should be like an hour or 2, or we'll see. We'll see how long that lasts, or if we do all of it, or whatever. But I'm expecting that to start at like 9 or 10 Central, depending on when the trick-or-treaters stop coming. We'll see, we'll see. Might be later, I don't know. Might be, probably not earlier, though. Then, November 3rd, the following Monday, will be a extra special viewer levels for my 4th stream anniversary, and there will be 4 special incentives for that. To list them out again, there will be a free refresh for everyone. There will be a encore, get a 2nd level played after your 1st level, but only 3 lives. There will be a bet where you can bet that I'm gonna finish the level, and if you win, you skip to the front of the line. And there will be a 7 life challenge where I go through as many lives as your super world as I can in 7 lives. That last one will be you have to redeem the other 3 before you use that one. And also it's for when you come up in queue, to be clear. You don't skip the line when you do a 7 life redemption. Let me be clear. Ooh, does that all make sense? Does that all pique y'all's curiosity? That's all the streams that are happening. Here's like a calendar version of all that, which also includes things like Extra Life and Portal 2 following as the next playthrough in the coming weeks. And yeah, probably will be more stuff in November, but to be determined. Also, I need to do something on the Friday after the stream anniversary. Maybe Left 4 Dead 2? I think it'd be fun to play some Left 4 Dead 2 on stream. Maybe with some folks from the stream. Maybe play some with y'all. I don't know. Maybe that's the day for it. Maybe some other time in the future. I really don't know. So yeah, that's everything. That's all that there is. That's all that I got. Hope you enjoyed this stream. Let me go ahead and do a raid to someone else. Send Twitch viewers somewhere else. Let me see who's online, who's going. We don't have that many viewers, so I'm not sure like a big streamer would really care. But maybe we should send to someone smaller, and perhaps even to someone just doing viewer levels. I'm gonna say Linkus is doing Skyward Sword Randomizer? Yeah, Skyward Sword HD Randomizer, which I am very interested in. I would love to try that myself, honestly. And actually, Skyward Sword HD, that's probably better than doing the original where I have to use the motion controls the whole time. I'm very curious about that, but he's a big dude and we don't have that many folks to send. Maybe, I'm curious. See if it even allowed. It is allowed. Okay. Some streamers that are bigger put in a limit there as far as like minimum raid size. Okay, I'm gonna send you over to Linkus, who is doing Skyward Sword Randomizer. That sounds really interesting. I want to do that myself someday, but currently I have other randomizers prioritized. I have a whole plan. I have a whole idea where I wanted to do some randomizers, but that's probably too much of it to do. Probably better to just do randomizer at a time, and then not a randomizer for a few months or so, and then another randomizer just like, every now and again. It's a lot of work to set up a randomizer, I find. So yeah, I'll send you over there. Definitely would like to try that myself sometime, but let's go. I will see y'all on Monday for Metal Gear, Friday for more viewer levels, and then the following week is going to be a whole bunch of stuff. A whole bunch of good stuff. And then the following week is going to be, the stream anniversary, which even better stuff. I would hesitate. I would say probably also a longer viewer level stream. Probably, maybe. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Folks, I'll see you then. I hope y'all enjoyed the stream. I'll see you on Monday, Tuesday, various times in the future, etc., etc. Bye. Give your love to the VOD and also to the, there's also shorts as well. Monday, Friday, future. Good night.